left them. The guard was there. So these guys were actually in one room. Then the fourth victim, who was actually shot by the bee, was because the rider, in between, from the time when they caught them and they were taking them from that particular area after killing these three people, he managed to escape. Since he was one of the very few people whose hands were not tied, he managed to escape when and alerted the children of the victim, including to Francis' house that night. So that's how this was the first message. This is how we got it immediately as things were happening. He called to let them know what was happening, because some of the children of the victims are living with in the Francis family house right now. So they called and then told them, and then told some of the ones that were in Chang, and those in Chang then now struggled, and then they alerted the military, the Cameroon military, who had actually had an earlier encounter with Oliver's group earlier in the day during another encounter they had in another area of the BLM. So it was then that the military then went in. When they went in, they arrived there, according to accounts, by 3 a.m. And that account is at that time, at around 3 a.m., the fourth victim went out to go pee. And these other guys who were actually, whose hands were tied and they were locked in one, they were put in one big room where they all lay, heard a cry from him for help. And they looked through and saw that he was bleeding heavily and he was screaming. So they didn't know what was happening. They thought at the time that it was their tormentors who had returned, to complete the job as they had initially indicated. But it turned out, so everybody was there, not knowing, petrified, not knowing what to do. But at day dawn, they realized that the bee came in there and then broke into the compound where they were, and then pointed guns at them, and they were about to shoot them before they realized that their hands were all tied, and then asked them questions, and they told them what happened. So they took them, and then of course, did their publicity stunt and released them, and then ordered some of them to take those bodies out of the water. And the guy who was shot in the arm, his name is George. They took him to a nearby hospital. They ordered that he be taken to the nearby hospital, but he died on the road. And it was then that so that's how these guys were then released. And it was from there. So the young white guy actually took these two cups, the cups of those, two of those chiefs. The third one had been buried that last night. That was buried. And then they took the cups of these two chiefs at the behest of their children to drive to the nearest area where they could send a car to actually take those corpses to Chang mortuary and then put them in the mortuary. But along the road, he encountered two of the, people, two of the fighters, two of FM fighters who had escaped. And they not only missed killing him as well, thankfully, according to his account, because at a location called Bete, where they had escaped, which is a nearby village. Actually, I think it's actually in Bo rather than in Kupe Madimbuba rather than Libialam. So, but it's a very nearby village to this village. So they arrived there, and the church had just closed when he arrived with these two corpses, and the crowd gathered and were asking him stories. And then all of a sudden, and he was explaining to them that these were people killed the night before by Fimasha and his group, and then these two gunmen who had escaped.
And we promise that we will not disappoint them.
Right. So, so in that process of explaining to the villagers in that area, that those two guys overheard, came out. Luckily he spotted them from afar as they were shouting that that was the young man who escaped the previous night, and they were running after him with guns, and he was able to mingle there into the crowd and then escaped, and was able to live to tell the story. We can be able to tell this story and use some of their image and use some of their description, because they are now in a location that is safe out of the BLM. There are other people who have been interviewed who have actually asked that we don't use any identifiers because they are still within the area. And the wife of Chief Foreman, who was actually also seriously beaten herself. I think we can also talk about them because they are now in the location where they are safe. So this is a travesty beyond proportion. And what I would say is that if you had this thing happened in the BLM, as you know, has what they call their own county government. And this particular LGA is called Fontem LGA, where these atrocities took place. It's called Fontem LGA. They have their own LGA administration. They have a security council. When this thing happened, many of us were gathering this data and wanted to actually keep it, waiting until we can get all the full data, in order to be able to come out and then talk to. I actually contacted the chair of that LGA, since I know him, and I was about to contact the other people to say, look, these are atrocities that are being committed. What are you people doing? Let me first of all give them the benefit of the doubt to hear from their own side of the story, and then only to learn that Chris Anu had gone out there and started peddling all this rubbish and putting out information about, this was done by the paramount chief, who actually, these are his chiefs. And one of the chiefs is actually an in-law, the father-in-law to that paramount chief, that they are claiming that Chris Anu's, the Crass was actually telling us that paramount chief was responsible for the death of these guys. And this cannot really, it was at that time that I started actually even writing on social media that we cannot do this. Even though we had not had the full investigation, it was already pretty clear who was the actor here. And I must tell the people of the BLM the people of this of House, that these particular atrocities were preceded by 2 other women who were killed along with their dogs. And as we went into this to realize that they were also done by our own boys. And you cannot begin to ask your question, you're in a different part of the BLM, you begin to ask the question as I ask myself, what are we on earth really fighting for? Can we condone tyranny here at home while fighting tyranny, foreign tyranny? The answer is no. Can we then allow, of course, you then, like I said, allow political hacks like Portasong, whom all of you know, that you might have heard his video at some point. When this thing happened, the first thing that the fool would do is actually to take and then go to social media, go and then put out information for plan a manifestation. You don't actually even talk to the Biri family. You don't allow the Biri family to grieve. All you do want to do is go on the political adventure, actually out there, to audition for who we know who. And it's because we have given them the platform. And the fact that Chris Anu would take out this information and then try to make and create an alternative reality. It is good to say, it is okay to say, I don't know, we don't know yet. And let the investigation take place. Let us be credible. We must know what we are fighting for. If we are not able to fight internal tyranny, if we're going to rise new oppressors to take over the old oppressors, then we may just better stop this, because we're not ready for freedom. We have to be very, very clear and be very, very strong in our defense in our condemnation of this, but also work hard to say whoever is making you, whoever is capable of making you believe absurdity is capable of making you commit atrocities. And if you don't know, and then you are actually peddling all these elaborate lies and this kind of stuff, then you are an accomplice to these heinous crimes. Because if you sanitize this, who is going to be next? I don't want to give the likes of Porter Song and Co. the space to continue to use the misery of our people, because many people have died in the BLM, of course, in the hands of La République. And even this, the BLM, these things, these atrocities would never have happened in the BLM, but not for the conditions created by La République, with the help of the poor Tassons of the world, who told people boldly, when my people actually ran into the bush and into the forest after the invasion, after the place was invaded, and Poor Tasson actually went out there and told the people that, hey, that the BLM people love to live in the bush. Not my parents, not the people that I grew up in, not the place that I grew up in. Maybe his own people, not the BLM people that I know. So, but if we keep doing what we're doing, we will just be giving them the ammunition to use. And then we go back also to the international community, and then we look stupid. And so it is, first of all, it is quite unjust to actually have a murder committed, a crime committed by one person, and then you want to put it on another person's head. Because I know for me that once justice is not done, nothing else matters. And it is wrong to do that. Number two, it doesn't help our cause. And it just weakens our revolution. It weakens our resolve. We have the strongest case on possible. And like I say, La République has committed so many more crimes that even if the war were to stop now, and you wanted to actually go after the criminals of La République, there is enough there to go after them, not to invent other things that they didn't do, and then put it there where you get there, like I was saying before. And then somebody who knows this and exposes these crimes, and you look like an idiot. And this is why all of us must see ourselves like people. If we hear that something has happened behind our backyard, we do have the resources, we do have communication, we do have the contacts within our own territory to get back into it. It's our duty, it's our responsibility to get back to our people, find out that information and get the authentic information and put out nothing but the authentic information. If any day we do find out that any of these things that we said was not true, I'll be bold enough to come out to this place and everywhere else and say, yes, we were wrong. But as of now, 99.9% of that information that I'll give you is what it is. And we have, again, troves and troves of documentation. If something happens, I'm fully aware of the Colin Powers presentation at the United Nations trying to defend weapons of mass destruction when they were known indeed there. But I know that what I'm saying is different. And I will stand by it. And if anything comes out that is different, I'll be bold enough to come out here to say we were wrong. So, and I urge that when we get out of here, what I want to see is Oliver cannot do this. FM cannot do this without being sanitized. If you are outside here actually struggling to defend them, you really are not ready for freedom, and you should get out of this struggle. You are dead weight on our struggle, on our quest for freedom, if you are doing that. And all of us must really know that. Even if we are 5 of us, if we're 10 of us, if we're 3, if we're 100 of us freedom fighters, we will continue to fight this fight. We will win this fight. We will win this war. And we will eventually win it. But we are fighting for freedom. And I will lastly end by reminding all of you why I keep saying I'm fighting for freedom. I'm not fighting for independence or federation or whatever, because just think that if we handed our country to hoodlums like this to rule right now, what is going to happen to all of us? Well, are we just going to have send out old oppressors to then come and get new oppressors? Just who's going to be next? So guys, if I'm angry, please permit me be, because I'll continue to be angry. And I want to leave it that and answer questions, because if I want to talk, I can talk for 3 hours on this particular issue. It's jarring, it's goring, is unacceptable, and we cannot continue like this. Crime is crime, and we must stand up for everybody. Thank you.
Yeah, Abbott. Thank you. I'll just talk for a minute. As you can imagine, it's been a very difficult week for me. Um, is the reason that I prefer Doctor be the one to talk. Yes, I've lost my grandfather on my father's side as well as on my mother's side. I've lost a granduncle, and on top of that, grandma also hearing of the news of her son forming, who was a chief. Her brother, who she calls her father because he's the successor to their father, for Z, and then also her half brother, um, George, and also even the fourth victim for Leso is my friend's father. We grew up together in Douala before eventually he retired to the village. So I know all the victims of the people that have been killed. It's been a very tough week. Um, we're hoping that after Thursday is the last person that we're going to bury in the family. It's been very difficult. And like everyone in this struggle, one expects that you'll be visited by the atrocities that's happening at home, that nobody is going to be spared. But I did not expect it to come at our own hands. That's number one. And number two, what I find the most vexing, as Doctor mentioned, is the fact that in this case, in this singular case, the monsters that we all know, La Republique, were the one that actually prevented more families from crying. that has got to hit all of us very, very hard. And I'll just end by saying that it also pains me to see people like Paul Tasso on this opportunity that has been created by us to paint an image that we've all fought against. Now we must all stand together as one to push out anyone from amongst us that's doing anything that is contrary to the revolution, because it stands a risk of really hurting the revolution. Because the other thing that's vexing is that these same chiefs that were murdered, these are one of the victims told us, these are the chiefs that they cannot count how many goats and pigs that were given to Oliver, and bunches of plantain to feed them. To wake up one day out of just sheer wickedness and kill them, it's just something that's just is beyond the pale. It's just beyond the pale. And he had mentioned to all the youths as he was arresting them from one end of the village to the other end to the market square where they were killed, which is one thing that I think Doc forgot to mention, was that he said all these youth would be taken to the camp forcefully because they're planning to go fight a battle in Kupe Manunguba. I don't know what that is, but Oliver did say that from his own lips. And all the 32 or 33 persons that were there tell us the same account. Because they asked that if you came for the chiefs, why are you taking the youths? He said the youths will be taken to their camp. So after the executions, he kept those youth in the room and said he would come at 1:30 in the morning to come and collect them to take to the camp before they came and were released military. Again, that must hit us very, very hard. We know how much blood La Republic has on their hands. To be the ones now appear to look as good guys when we know they are not is very painful. And the last thing I'll just say is that we must all stand as one and condemn this act, because there's a chance that if we don't stand by the truth, we'll risk losing the persons from that village. To see that we also stand with Crisano. So please, let's all stand for the truth. I'll end there, and I think Doctor is going to take most of the questions. I didn't want to talk too much because I didn't want to become too emotional. If there's anything that he misses, I'll fill in the gaps.
Mr. Ato Muchwa, can you hear me? As I come for here. Can you hear me? Okay. Yes. I'm also very, very, I'm tongue-tied because I'm equally very directly affected. I will not go into the length of all that. It was Saturday, I received a call of that, what was unfolding. That was at 3:41 Sunday morning when I was already sleeping. So from that moment till this moment I'm sitting here, I've also been very, very involved. And I just want to confirm, independently of what Edmund has just said, that just exactly matches with also my own communique. I will not go to that at length because I think, Edmund, you are not the only one who is angry here. I'm equally very angry. But that is not enough. We have to shake off, despite how hard it is And I will just end because I will not want to elaborate. As Edmond said, if I will have to again go all that way, I will even go down 4 or 5 hours. So, but what I have, and I have gotten it just a few minutes ago, and I would like to say it here, it's just a matter of caution, because why this has been said, especially there are threats ongoing on all those that might have been interviewed along the line, individually or otherwise. Those threats are currently going on now. So that is all I have to say. And we will have to condemn this irrespective of who does it. We have to do so. It is our obligation. I know all those people on those pictures, all of them, all of them, all of them. And just to conclude, Chief Famin Kamsa was my classmate. Thank you. That's so far.
Mr. Moderator, please, if there's anybody who thinks that he has a contrary version, let them speak now or for their peace.
Okay, sorry, I had to. Good evening in the house. I'm just lost of words. Comrade Francis, Dr. Edmond, Chief Asava. It's devastating. Please just take heart, and we are with you and your families. My question it's a question and a request at the same time. We have been seeing the misbehavior of this group of individuals in the struggle. We have been seeing how they've been undoing all the gains, or many of the gains that we've been having in the struggle. the town hall, I've heard Comrade Arthur and the rest, they've said we have to, the town hall has decided that we have to go out there and denounce this group. My question is, when? Because I remember we had some incident some months ago, and we decided that we're going to go out and denounce them. Because honestly, to me, these are La Republique people. They are not for this struggle. These are people that are planted by La Republique. I'm not just saying it because of this. I'm saying this because of other things that have happened, which, because of their sensitivity, cannot be put out in public right now. These are not people fighting for this struggle. And so my plea to the town hall is, when are we officially doing this outing? Because we do not have time. This has to happen like yesterday. I'm sorry that I'm getting so emotional. I hear.
Hello, is it the Maikanam or another Maikanam? Okay, okay, sir. Yes, I'm the one. Thank you very much for this privilege. Please, before I go on, I want to ask a question, but let me extend my own regards and sympathy and condolence to the family that are affected. I'm very, very sorry for the incident. Please, just for clarification, I want to ask if there have been a formal investigation into the issue, or if we have a first-hand confession from any of the individuals that we see on the picture, or that were directly involved among the people that were arrested, or that were let me say kidnapped by field marshal. Have there been a confession from them? Maybe we have it in an audio message that can serve as an evidence to the crime, or are we drawing this conclusion from eyewitnesses only? Thank you.
Oh, I've already spoken. I will lower my hand. Sorry, Arthur, Comrade. I will lower my hand. Sorry.
Heart goes out to my comrades. My heart goes out to my comrades that have lost loved ones during the tragic event that took place in the BLM, and I'm just lost of words like any other person. I'm not really related to them, but I am related to them as a human being. That I look at people that have been killed, and I imagine that this can be my uncle, this can be my brother, this can be a son, or anything. It can happen to me as it has happened to Dr. Edmond, Comrade Frank, and Chief. I think that this, what have we learned from this? This is not the first, and I think it will not be the last. We keep on talking, and before I ask my question, I'm sending a message to Chris Anu and his brood of vipers. You two lot cannot hold us. These people have reduced us to nothing. Two people have reduced us. It looks like we are nothing to these people. That you will kill your own brother, same village that you come from. I don't know these people, but I just have to believe. You take your own brothers and you kill them and you dump their bodies in the rivers. And there are two people sat in the US doing this, perpetrating all this action, and they are killing people back at home. These people have nothing. The least that they have, people are taking it away from them, and you're killing them and dumping their bodies with so much disrespect. Please, those who are in the USA, you people need to come together and march to these people's houses. These people live with you in the same environment. For God's sake, these people, you know where they live. You people have to galvanize yourself and march to their houses. And you people stand on the streets and say, these people are doing bad things in this country. These people, we need to bring these people to book. These people cannot do this. Look at that somebody's dad has been killed. You shoot people and dump their bodies. And we sit and we keep on talking. Please, we have to go to where these people live and bring them out of their houses and hand them over to the real authorities to deal with them. We cannot continue talking. These are march to their houses and speak to them and let them come out wherever they are hiding in the US. People who claim they were pastors, you sit and you kill people. I don't have much to say, but all I will ask these families, Francis, these are your people that have been murdered. Take really action. Put your friends together. You go to the state wherever Chris Anu and the Lord, all of them are. Sit there and let the authorities bring these people out and put them where they have to be. I hear.
Okay, thanks. If I'm Sam, I'm shocked. I would be lying. I'm not shocked. I'm just perplexed. What I want to find out is, have the people managed to find out about their motivation to do such a thing? Because, yeah, we need to know the motivation. If you find out the motivation for doing that, that's all.
Yes, yeah. My condolences to the Libya LM group and to all of us. This is friendly fire, and it's unfortunate that such friendly fire is coming at this point in our history. But I think the most important question is, why this friendly fire? There's been question of monies, there's been question of a commander who either has excessive powers, or there is a struggle, you know, for one group to override the other group. So I think we must look at it beyond just the persons that have died and the persons that have been sacrificed because of this. So, and even if we would want to direct this crime that indirectly at Chris Anu and maybe Sako, whosoever, we must look at the chain of command. And as long as we cannot control this chain of command in any army, in any war, if you have a general who cannot be controlled, you have all these excesses, and then people pay a big price, and it will actually undermine, you know. So, and then the other thing which we've not been able to exclude is what others are saying, you know, is maybe not just only flaring fire, but we are having an enemy within the house, or an enemy or La Republic had infiltrated the whole process or the whole struggle. And so all these things we are seeing as, you know, skirmishes, as friendly fire, actually, you know, once in a while that the La Republic penetrates into the system and gets its own. Otherwise, you might say that if it is just one commander who is actually making this excessive, you know, you can clear him out of the way and you bring stability into the whole system, because, I mean, the crimes have been many. And But I think we really need to, before we start making public statements and thinking of what aggressive way to approach this thing, what to do into the international community, we must consider how can we do some kind of house cleaning. Except we don't come to that point, we always have another situation like this. If it's not Commander A today, it's Commander Z tomorrow. And then so it's like we are having a struggle which we cannot present a common front. And that is very unfortunate. Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's really a sad thing for such a thing to happen among us. And I will send great condolence to the people of Lebialem. Lebialem has been the stronghold, but now what we are seeing, we could not expect such a thing in Lebialem. These are the people that protected you, you turn again against them. And I can say it is a premeditated crime. And I will rather throw my question but to the House. Can we not write a statement to deny them and even report them for prosecution like we are compiling things against the Republic? I think the town hall as a whole, we need to write such a thing with immediate effect, not till. We need to start now, deny what they are doing, expose them so that others that are thinking of such a thing should know that Southern Cameroons would deny them. Because as Southern Cameroons, we deny this type of a thing. I happened to travel home. That was December last year. As we went, we passed through some military point the way they were disturbing. One man, the driver that came, he said, look, that's why we say we don't want these French people. They will oppress you without the law. They kill you anyhow. Even if there was an issue, where did they try these people even before doing anything? In summary, there is no issue. It is a premeditated crime, and it is time for us to stamp it out. And as I can say it, God has a reason for allowing it happen. It may be painful, but God has a reason. And a reason to me is to tell Southern Cameroons that these people are not people to be in this struggle. These are people that will oppress us the more tomorrow. That people should deny them now, not tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, comrade. I just wish to extend my deepest sympathy and condolence to the people of Libya land. and that these are the trying moments, and we should continue to bind together and look for a better way forward. And in addition to that, this is not the first case where our own have decided to take lives of people that they should be protecting, and maybe because they think that they have too much power. That happened in Banso if we might just few months, and if we continue allowing those things to happen, another it's going to happen, and we'll just come here and talk and go. At the same time, for those who are here giving orders and protecting those back home and giving them the resources to commit these crimes, which go contrary to what we are looking for. It's time we put this together, and this country is a country of laws. We can also go after them. And also, there are a lot of ways we can also do, which I'm not going to say here, to go after those who are committing these crimes. Because you cannot stay in America and they give orders, and then you sleep in your homes, and then they are killing relatives back home. I think that is normal because you're in America and because you are leading what, I don't know. But that is something that we have to start thinking. And there are people who can provide resources, there are people who can also take actions. So if that is what I think we should be doing, so that we should set examples. Those who are making decisions and sitting here calling themselves whatever, they should also be paying the price of those who are going through these challenges that is being done because of their decisions or whatever reason that they're doing it. That is just my case. But let the town hall also look into that. Some of us are here with knowledge of how to get things done, to get the resources. So if that is something, I'll gladly want to be part of it and also make sure that this nonsense comes to an end. Thank you. No, we do communicate. I am the same Eric who forwarded you the support for the CD and the support for the translation. Yeah. Yeah.
Two.
Um, um, yeah, Edmund here. Does Francis or my good friend Mr. Sabah want to go first? Or I should. Otherwise, I have some of the questions and some of my comments that were made, and I mean comments that were made that I would like to respond to.
Edmond, I would prefer you did the presentation, and most of the questions that were asked were already part of the presentation.
Right. So the first question of all the things that were said, there were two questions. The rest were mostly comments. First question was about whether there was first-hand information or formal investigation, or actually talking to the people who were actually there on ground. Like I said, yes, we have spoken to people who were directly involved. People whose pictures, some of whose pictures you see on the picture that was faces you see on the pictures that I sent out. So yes, we've spoken to them who were there at the time, as well as spoken to the person again who actually carried and transported FM on his bike. And these are not people who don't know him. The rest, the people, every one of them, and we'll talk to every one of those people who was there ultimately at some point. So that's make no doubt about that. Yes, in terms of audios, we have treasure troves of audios about that, and all the accounts, as well as the spouses of the victims, those that were there. I mean, when their parents, when their spouses were picked up. So, La Republique doesn't have any moral standing, nor do they even have an interest in actually doing any formal investigation. Because if they did, they would have condoned that. They would have cordoned off that place as a crime scene, taken some pictures and then established the kinds of bullets that were used, and they can do that. All what La Republique was trying to do there was a show. It was just to really they have an opportunity, and so they have to seize on it, to be able to show that they are now, quote unquote, the savior, which is actually one of the most goring thing that you can really, that you could have imagined on this. So the second thing that is there is, if you listen to, again, Chris Anu's audio when they were rebuting these things, there were a couple of questions that he raised. Number one, I don't know that he actually had any, he didn't, I don't know that he actually even had any sense of actually calling people down to figure out what was going on. The first thing was, oh, let's just release the people who were actually taken, and those people that you see there. But those people were released that same day. None of them was picked up. Second thing was, oh yeah, there is nobody from that particular fighting group from FM who actually goes to that place, or they have never been there. It turns out to be wrong, because his second in command, Mr. Ambrose Achanke, was actually picked up on the scene, and you have seen his pictures from by the other terrorist organization, the B. I mean, he's in their captive. So it's like two gangs that were there, and one gang actually was able to capture you. You are refusing, no, we're not there, but then they picked up your second in command. And so you need to let us know how that second in command was picked up, how he managed to be there. Third was for those of you that might have listened to that class, was actually the point he made that, oh, but by the way, the bullet that they used in shooting the fourth victim, Mr. George, whose hand was shot, that the folks, the hoodlums who did this don't have those kind of guns. Number one is, how do you know? Number two, and more important, is that nobody, even everybody everybody who has actually been interviewed, who actually talked about this, who were there, the eyewitnesses told you that, yes, that guy was actually shot by La Republique. Nobody has actually everybody has made that point, that bullet was, that guy, this Mr. George, was shot by La Republique. So of the 4 victims who died in that place, this is the one person who was killed by La Republique's bullet. So that answers that question. 2 was the more important question that somebody asked: what is their motivation? I can tell you, nobody knows. We can totally talk about the knowns. In every investigation, in every crime like this, there is the known, there is the unknown. And so what we know is what we have just fervently established. What we don't know is the motivation. But what I can ask, my question is, are these useful idiots, or are these useful fools, or are they fifth columnists within the revolution? And I'll tell you, permit me to talk about it. It's the idea that when somebody does something like this that doesn't even benefit him in one way, shape, or form, because if you have actually stretched to think about it and say, what benefit does this guy derive from this? I just cannot know, and I just don't think he has any benefit from it other than maybe the blindness of tyrants who always feel like when they are crossed, when somebody actually, when they give an instruction that is not obeyed, that they have the power to do and undo. In Dostoevsky, Crime and Punishment, which I invite every one of you to probably read, but it's a big novel, but what they're saying is that when criminals like this kind of like always feel like they are superior to every other person, and that they have gotten to a point where they can do anything and go scot-free. And just because they can do it means they should do it. But that's one. But number two, the point Eleanor made, the point other people have made, and it's actually the question, is there some connection between them, between these people? Is somebody, Libyan people just caught up between the web of the Portassons of the world and their paymaster La République, and some of our own people who are being used in some different ways that we don't know. After all, it's not too long ago when we had the same FM, when he made an audio and was thanking Portasson and for his support. In one of his audios that he came out, at the time, many of us thought that it was just kind of like blackmailing, or maybe just some kind of fun help, or just it was some, just bluffing. But when things like this begin to happen, then you have to actually begin to ask yourself, what is going on? But I'm not competent in that. The people should actually go out there and ask those questions. And I would say the BLM is not going to be held captive. And anybody who is thinking that they will do this and then break the will of the BLM people, the resolve of the BLM people in prosecuting this war, defending ourselves against La République and fighting for freedom and eventually getting our right to self-determination, that person must be smoking something. They need their brain checked, because we will not give in, we will not surrender, we're not going to quit. But we need to actually be able to get rid of these hoodlums from amongst us who are making things very difficult for us. One of the things I want to say is that I heard somebody talk about the BLM who are part of the SACO group and stuff like that. Yes, let me say, that psychologically, one of the things that had happened is, all of you must have heard this, including some of our brothers and sisters from, the people who actually sympathize with us from La République. They had actually looked at quote unquote Fee Marshall, who has actually been made to be this fictional, hero, the story of David and Goliath, David fighting the Goliath of La République and standing up to them. They made that to be a kind of like a folk. And there is that gullibility from amongst us where people actually look at that and say, yeah, I'm on the side of this person, and we behave like sports supporters. Your team does everything, it is right. Your team, and then the other team does it, it is wrong. And people have actually looked at that and actually like acquiesced to that. And then they thought that anything that he does, nobody should actually even ask a question. We could see this coming. Some of us saw this coming from many years ago. When you give people like this unfettered power, and then you get somebody who is there actually trying to sanitize their image for all the criminality that they could commit from small, and it would just snowball into something as big as this. Remember, the man-eating tiger that you see today was once a cub. And at the time when it was a cub, if you had tamed it, if you had trained it, it would not grow into this man-eating tiger. And we need to go back. And I wish that when this revolution actually, when this thing settled, the lessons that we learn from the BLM. Don't pity the BLM. Let us stand on this and actually learn from this and be strong and ask and make sure that the lives of these brave chiefs, the lives of these people don't go in vain, like the life of Baby Mata, like the life of the 7 kids that got murdered at, in Kumba, like the life of the Ngabu massacre. All of these people, their lives cannot go in vain. The life of Comfort and so on and so forth, they cannot go in vain. So, but we must actually take out the weed that is amongst us to allow the crops to grow. And the crops are the true freedom fighters. The last thing I would actually talk about is this, letting people know that there is a big economy of war. As I was doing this investigation, I actually have uncovered some of the criminality that is going on. Some of the things that it's good for us to share with you people. For the army people, for the military that goes out there, sometimes as you realize that, so why this is the reason why many of them are not interested in solving this problem. One of the things is the military that is going out there, a foot soldier earns 10,000 francs per day. The captain earns about 40,000 francs per day for their outstation allowance once they are in that place. The generals, we don't even know how much. The politicians, we don't know how much. That information will eventually figure out and know that information. So you can see the reason why these people want this war to continue. Nobody is willing to talk even from that level. They cannot even insist on talking. And you can then see the reason why. Could it be that this is the reason why the Porter songs of the world are connecting with some of these people, are giving how much. Even Chris Anu himself came out and talked about them talking. And I want to talk publicly and say Porter Song and Chris Anu, they should publish the images. They should publish everything, their conversations. They will put their conversation online. They are used to taping people, and I'm not sure that this conversation that I'm having tomorrow, somebody will be on tape and doctor it. They should put their unfiltered conversation in public. Let us all listen. I want to know what is going on with my people. My people cannot be sacrificed like this. I am angry, I'm upset, and there is no way I will pick up this and I will fight this. And I know that some of the people who actually even helped do the interviews from here, some people have been calling them to threaten them. And I'm waiting for that clown who is going to call my phone for threats, and then they will let then me deal with them. So in the last, so one of the things, the BLM culture was desecrated, and the BLM people are actually the chiefs, the bodies of the chiefs, you never see them. In the BLM, we never talk of dead chiefs. We talk about chiefs who have traveled and come back. But those are the chiefs those are the bodies of our chiefs that we are showing now because of that crime. And so because of that, all the BLM people would actually stand as one. If the people who are within us trying to commit these atrocities, we will weed them out. And you can count on us, you can count on the BLM people, that this war, this struggle, we will win. I want to end there by saying that, again, it just has to help us to actually understand the importance of structure rather than relying on individuals. Because as even if you go back into all the similar things that have happened, it's always been about when you make one individual feel like they have become the Leviathan of the struggle. They have become the person, on whose shoulder the struggle rests, and without them, nobody else, the struggle can't move. When you give people that unfettered power, especially people who have never seen it, what do you think? They will abuse it. They will abuse it. So we should understand the importance of structure. And this is why each time we people come here and we're talking about structure, we should think about it, and we should use this as an opportunity to learn and actually make sure that we as a people move forward, learn from our mistakes, and move forward. Thank you very much.
He said everything for me.
It's
Maybe
fine. It's fine. I'm fine.
Mr. Moderator, if you may allow me to speak when everything is, when you yes, please, I have a motion. And I think that one of the things that I want to say before tabling my motion is that these people, this Field Marshal or Oliver is not an individual. He takes his instructions and executes them accordingly. They all belong to a particular group. And these are the people who are raking a fortune. They are feeding fat from this liberation struggle. I want to remind Southern Cameroonians that this same name has been used to generate hundreds of thousands of dollars here in the United States, and that money has never gone anywhere. People have used money under the guise of, they have collected people's money under the guise of prosecuting the liberation struggle and used it to buy stocks in the world market. I want us to remember that about 265,000 worth of Bitcoins were bought about 3 years ago. Today, we know the price of Bitcoins. These people have made more than 7 times $264,000 and still have not returned our money. They have caught our people in Lebialem, collected ransom from them, and part of that ransom derived from kidnapping has ended up here in the United States. I think that at some point, even after we denounce them, they still are not restrained. They are not stopping. So it is important that we as a people stand out against this kind of behavior, which is marring our credibility as a people and creating the impression that we are unable to govern ourselves and we are unable to manage our liberation struggle. From the foregoing statement, I want to move a motion and let it be moved that this Southern Cameroons International Town Hall join the people of Southern Cameroons to condemn these acts, these atrocities perpetrated by, I don't know what his other name is, but I know his name is Oliver, alias Field Marshal, on the innocent people of Lebialem under the canopy of Dr. Sako Samuel's faction of the interim government. I want, in the second part of the motion, I want us to call on the international community to inscribe these acts and previous ones committed by this faction of the interim government, and by that I mean even the ones in Bui, on the list of atrocities of war, investigate them and punish them accordingly, and to also urge the people of Southern Cameroons and all those supporting these atrocities to stop forthwith, or else we will also publish their names and their role in these heinous crimes. Thank you.
Just correction. The last it was the last burial took place this past Thursday. That was the that was the mother of one of the chiefs, the murder chiefs who actually died of shock. So that was taken that took place this past Thursday. All the other people have been laid to rest, I believe. Francis, is that my understanding? Because the only person I wasn't privy to know was Mr. George, whether he was laid to rest. Because I know Chief Alessa, Chief Famin, and Fazizong were all laid to rest. On Sunday or so. But did Mr. George, was he already laid to rest as well?
I believe so. I think Forrester was laid to rest on Sunday
at 3 a.m. Right?
No, in the afternoon. He was earlier in the day.
Yeah, 3 p.m.
Yeah, yeah. And then the Chiefs were laid to rest, breaking Sunday. For Z at around 1:30 a.m. and Fomin around 3.
Yeah.
And I think Mr. George, everybody has been laid to rest. Mami was also breaking Thursday morning.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think that if the get a motion passed, in which I really would support such motion, and also would agree, and Eric, we would pick you up with that, and everybody else here who is able to have any way, any shape that we can seek justice for these people, as well as for the other people, it would be a deterrent for the other people also from committing these atrocities, and we would spare some more lives, and we would actually make our revolution, we'll sanitize our revolution and make it speedier and come to a more a speedier conclusion for our people.
My indulgence, please. Yeah, please. So this is Mr. Michael Abeg. I think if one of my question was omitted. One of the questions was that I just need to chip in before we proceed, Abeg. I asked if there is a recorded maybe evidence, something recorded confession from any of the victims, which we can use as evidence against Field Marshal. Thank you.
No, they are eyewitness accounts. The victims themselves, there was nobody at the time when they picked up all those people with their phones. Nobody could use their phones, and there is actually even no. And then but we have eyewitness accounts, and eyewitness accounts actually within 24 hours of the crime, or even as the crimes were actually even being, I should say, actively committed that night. So we have those eyewitness accounts on audios, not really just some of the things that we've told you are part of the things that we extracted from that we felt we could share publicly. No, there is no, again, there is no known. My problem with Chris Anu is not that he gave instructions to do that, but is the elaborate lies that he was trying to peddle, to deflect the attention. You really cannot, if that was instructions was given, none of us would know that, unless somebody publishes that information, which is not, which is beyond my reach. My intention here was to establish the facts of what happened on ground. So the competent authorities will pick that and then get those people, and if they dig in, then they can pick up they can get out the rest of the information that they may desire. I'm not yeah.
Yes, please. Mr. Moderator, I think that, yes, okay, my mic is on. I think that in drafting the text of because the motion is going to finally emerge as a resolution taken by the House. So the final resolution taken by the House will comprise all these things that the way you have put it. If you want us to take it as because normally we are supposed to take a resolution condemning and distancing ourselves from what they have done, call for an investigation, call for what they have done to be inscribed on the list of atrocities, and that these acts be investigated and punished accordingly, and that urge all those supporting them to desist and distance themselves as well, because these guys are only up to what they are doing because there is a cabal of crooked people who hope that they will become the government of tomorrow and suffocate everybody and sell the land. Now, and the last point will be for us to extend our condolences to the afflicted families. So it is normally supposed to be 4 pieces in one. So but when we take all those things, then I don't know how we want to frame them, but if we can frame them as 4 separate resolutions, then in issuing as 4 separate motions in issuing the resolution, it will now come as one resolution. Because the resolution is on the incident. So everything related to the incident has to be addressed as one. Yes. I yield.
I second.
That.
Comrade
Comrade, please, I just need to, I would like to add something. It may not even be an addition, but it is going to be a clarification for me, if that's what Dr. Fontaine meant. About exposing these people, I don't know how these resolutions that came up, I don't know how to work, but if we have the possibility of already handing these names over to those that that will be in the position of implementing these resolutions, meaning that we are making their work easier, we hand the names to say these are specific atrocities that need to be investigated. And when I talk of these resolutions, I'm talking of like the 684, and then if we end up having a UN Security Council fact-finding mission, or this Global Magnitsky Act, those are the names that we need to hand them over so that justice can prevail. Meaning, if we start putting them out there that these names are going to be handed over, I think it will stop other people, or at least it will make people think twice when they are offered or when they are pushed or whatever is done for them to commit such atrocities. So I don't know how that can be phrased in that letter to really stress out this point. I yield.
We'll try.
Mr. Moderator, let me just make one quick point. With relation to the folks that are out hiding here in the United States or in the diaspora, and the reason why we must figure out that one of the tapes or the audios that were sent out by Chris Anu and those people who actually were supporting or maybe trying to deflect attention and claiming that these crimes were caused by whoever pointing fingers, These things need to be picked out because I could see the hand of the so-called blue and white army behind it in this. And so we need to actually flush that out. Take any one of you here who know the voices of, there were two ladies who actually went out. And for those of us that have the benefit of being from the BLM, and we can understand the Bangwa and, you know, the three things that happened immediately that day as we were struggling to actually put things together. There were two ladies who came out with versions in English. There was one person from the BLM who came out with a version in Bangwa, and then Chris Anu. And if you look at you find that they were all the same thing, talking from the same point. And then the following day, Chris Anu gave an elaborate 44 minutes or 42 minutes class. It was in Bangla, but there were some other versions in English. And so if you are actually coming and picking up this information, what we want to make sure is that if you don't know any of these things and you are making all this absurd stuff, then you definitely know something about it. And that is the point that needs to be made. That information has to be investigated. People need to get that information and then congeal that information and ask and put it in this to be able to like say, yes, if you have to go do this investigation, these are the people you can go after now first.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, I want to round up actually. Again, one of the things that this platform and the town hall prides itself in so far till date, which gives us the respect that we have in the community, is working on facts and taking resolutions and making decisions based on the facts we have in hand. Having listened to what Dr. Emma has presented, and even in the answer questions that we have back and forth, the facts that we have right now on hand, it's proving that the crime that was committed was done by Oliver, whatever his name is, and we now have information that we can actually go after that particular group that actually committed the crime. I think that if we're making a resolution or we're tabling a resolution in the town hall, we should table a resolution that is focused on that particular aspect of it. We are still trying to get evidence or to get information in terms of tying it back to the groups in the diaspora, unless I'm wrong, right? So I would suggest that we set up the resolution such that if tomorrow we're asked a question about it, we have the evidence that we can show that we came up with this solution because we have this, and then we hold off on any resolution that has to do with the diaspora until we actually have that particular evidence. Now, I say this lightly because the other spin of this is that if we're trying to open up an investigation, right, and we're talking about like maybe getting people like the CIA or FBI involved, sometimes those guys, or most of the time, they work on a tip. You have to give them some information, and then those guys have access to people's phone records, have access to communication and everything else. They can actually open up an investigation. In that particular case, yes, you can say, listen, we suspect these guys because this criteria is met, this criteria is met, this criteria is met, this is what we think their motion is, and we table it to them. But inside the town hall, inside our operating space. I think that when we're tabling a motion or we're tabling resolutions, we should do that based on facts we have on hand. And I'm saying that just because I was saying that I would suggest that when we look at the motion that Dr. Fontem put forward, we probably might want to edit that just to be able to, again, go with the facts we have on hand. I know that this is a very emotional thing. I know that we have even some ideas as to, yes, of course, we don't believe that Mr. Oliver would execute that by himself. Obviously, they had to have had a command that came from the other party group here in the U.S. Now, do we have those facts? If the answer is yes, we run with that and put that also as part of the motion. If the answer is no, behind the scenes, we work on that and we focus that motion now based on the facts we have in terms of that particular crime that was committed. I'm saying this because, yes, it really hurts now and we are really in pain, but we have to be careful that the image of the town hall remains one of 100% trust, right? We want to make sure that this time next year, town hall it's the people's platform and it remains the people's platform. We don't want to come back in a 6 months period and say, oh, well, we said this in this motion, but we're going to revise it now. We found out that it was that kind of thing. I'm just pleading with that, with the House, that we use caution. That's what I'm saying.
Point of information.
Ato, let me just conclude on
Point
this.
of information. Please. Yes, Mr. Moderator, I just want to inform the House that everybody knows that Oliver operates under the aegis of the Dr. Sarko's faction of the interim government. So if Oliver has done anything which Dr. Sarko's faction condemned and has rather abetted or is trying to cover up, it means that they have literally endorsed it. And so they take responsibility for what Oliver has done. I think that it is as clear as that. So it is now for whoever wants to deny it to now come out and condemn whatever has happened, to condemn the act perpetrated by Oliver. Our responsibility as a people is for us to take our stand based on the information we have collected and corroborated, because we know where the orders came from, because Oliver is supposed to be the field marshal of a military structure, which takes their orders from Dr. Sarko's government. I yield, Mr. Moderator.
Yeah, sorry to cut in. I mean, I tend to agree with the pre-existing suggestion that we said, let us work on the facts that we have gathered and which we can stand by. And that is this motion that at least Mr. Oliver can be connected to the killings in the BLM, because to be able to link it up with the upper structure in the US, it will be very complex and difficult. And I think as a starting point, the facts for now, at least all the discussion we've had today, have tended to point just to the fact that the BLM killings can be associated with Oliver. But I think we can work first on that. Thank you.
Ato, I think what I was going to say is in line with what the last speaker just said. I wanted to say on the facts, we can, in the resolution, condemn the act and name the perpetrators of the act. And as far as the diaspora is concerned, if we are going to levy anything on them, it is for obfuscating or trying to hide, hide the evidence. That's the only thing that we can levy at them, because the only thing we know now for sure is that Chris Anu has told a lot of lies. So we can only limit it at that. So Oliver for the action, and as far as the diaspora is concerned, for trying to muddy the waters and lie. So the resolution should be limited to that, I would say, because we have facts of that. We know what happened, and we know what Chris Anu has gone out and said.
Right.
Okay, while we work on that and we switch, I just wanted to point out there is the issue of chain of command. And in military, in war, as long as there is a chain of command, the chain of command is responsible. We don't need phone records to know that. So I would ask that the Secretariat, as we work on the resolution, maybe just include the chain of command.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think that is what I'm saying is see what Francis and others are saying, when people need to see how, look at how they caught El Chapo in Mexico. When they go after you pick what you know, which is what I limited to what we know. And what we know, you give those facts. And what we also know is these elaborate lies that are constructed out here. We give these ideas, we give these things and say, okay, and then you link that chain of commands, and then you link in these lies to say, yes, if this was not the case, why all these elaborate lies? If you were not taking your, what are you hiding? And that's when a good investigator then goes in there, get that information, get the phone record, the communication records, and they can do all of this information. Right. And all of these things. Once they do that, then it will not even be you to explicitly say, oh, we're tying you to this, because they would already make the connections, which we don't have to. Because again, we only can say what we know. And if I was not sure of what I'm telling you here, if this was still circumstantial evidence that I was not sure, I would not even come to this zone to talk about it. The folks that are in the secretariat with me will know that when this was still going on, we said, hey, we're still looking at until we got the information. Can we even come out? And actually, I would not really even have come out at this point because we were still gathering some information until I started seeing all this muddying of the waters, obfuscation, and this elaborate lies by Grace Anu. And then it became like, you don't want to wait until, this person has already muddied the entire water, and then you're coming out with this, because the more people hear about it, the more they start believing that it may actually be true. Just same to Joseph Goebbels, tell a big lie and continuously tell it, and people would eventually believe it's true. So let's limit ourselves now to what we know. We know that what we know now, if you pick it and a good investigator looks at it, you are going to tie it directly to Chris Anu and Chris Anu to his boss in that gang chain. And then we can go from there.
I agree.
Yep, Peter,
Yes, yes, yes. Yes, she is. She is here. She is here. Oh, okay. Greetings, house. Greeting, house. The top of the hour crisis we've been having is deporting our fellow brothers and sisters back home. So we have people that have been working on the ground to ensure that they stay. And now we are putting this pressure on the TPS. We welcome Sylvie Bello from CAC. She has been pushing the TPS since December of 2016. And she believes TPS is an issue that can bring us all together concerning all this problem with immigration going back and forth. So we welcome Sylvie Bello in the house. Together concerning all this problem with immigration with the ones that were in town. And
yes, hi. Thank you so much. Thank you for the introduction and thank you for this opportunity. I'm just gonna piggyback from what all of your wonderful speakers have said, and just share my condolence with all of us, really, because we know that chiefs and just humans are critical for all of our survival. And I just want to thank Ms. Victorine of the Sisiko Yarima team for this very kind invitation, and to say that she has supported us from the jump. 11 years ago, when I started the Cameroon American Council, she was one of the leaders who came to our headquarters in downtown DC. And over the years, we've worked on so many issues. We may also have disagreed on some other issues, but that's the beauty of the diversity of people and the diversity of thought. And much recently in 2017, we worked on a Senate resolution around consensus building and this led to a Senate briefing where I believe maybe many of you were there. We brought different groups with different ideas. And throughout, we've always, at the Cameroon American Council, believed in consensus building. And one of the sorry about the video. I actually I have some issues with my phone and I had to switch devices. I was hoping that this was going to be a little bit earlier so I could use my other device, but I'm actually on the road, not on the road, but on the go. So apologies. Hopefully you can invite me next time and
Good
and
day.
do.
Today is indeed
Yeah.
Ash.
So refugees have always been a consensus theme, which we believe can bring everyone together, right? Because when elephants fight, the grass is usually those who don't have the resources and who leave. And as we look at,
Fuck up, you fucking
some
nigger.
parts.
You fucking nigger. Shut the fuck up, you nigger. You black nigger. Nigger, you're a nigger. Kill yourself, you fucking niggers.
I removed them.
Okay, we're just keep going. We're working on it. I'm kicking some out.
Wow.
No worries. The beauty of Zoom.
Yeah, let's not let anybody in.
Okay. Yeah. So when you look at even LibLM, right, from all what the distinguished speakers before me said, there, and you look at detention work that we do, and the majority of Cameroonians, I'm going to say that because they all have Cameroonian passports, in detention, as stated by ICE, which means ICE stands for Immigration and Customs Enforcement. It's an agency under DHS, which is the division, the Department of Homeland Security. The majority of Cameroonians are from the BLM. I don't know if folks, realize that.
Sorry, Sylvie, continue. That was
No
my
worries.
I put in
Yeah.
instead of the other person that I've kicked them out. Sorry.
No worries. So the majority of folks in detention are from LibLM. I don't know if the folks who are from LibLM who are on the line, I don't know if you've noticed that in your meetings. Have you noticed that a lot of your community members, your tribal folks are in detention? I'm going to give you an example. There is a place called Pine Perry. We have 40, or at least we had 40 men, 40 men who were there, and a dozen of them were from LibLM, and that is significant, right? That you have this group, and you have about a quarter of them from one. I mean, they're about I mean, if you just take the entire, triangle of Cameroon, there are 10 regions, many divisions, and, one division, right, has a fourth, of a community. That should be alarming. You know what I'm saying? It's so alarming that we actually did a series of press conferences about LibyLM. I mean, I can basically draw the map of LibyLM because a lot of the cases that we worked with were from that area, right? And what TPS will do, right? What it would do, because is that it stands for temporary protected status, is that it's going to give 18 months, right? Thank you. It's going to give 18 months of papers, okay? Papers for your people, right? Who are fleeing this war, right? And I'm just going to focus on LibyLM because there's just so many of them in detention. I find it interesting that a lot of the folks are not connecting the dots, that if they're killing chiefs, you know what's going to happen? The people around there are going to flee. They're going to go to Ecuador. They're going to cross 8 countries, right? They're going to come through the U.S. border. They're going to, and within crossing those 8 countries in Latin America, they get raped, they get beaten, they get killed. Sometimes if they don't get killed by humans, right? Because I mean, they're out there with, whatchamacallit, they're out there with all kinds of, predators, right? Both human predators and men and natural predators, like the elements, right? They get killed in the water because sometimes they cannot swim, and or by the elements, the weather elements. They get into detention and they stay there for months and months and months. Right? So
Sorry.
what you're saying is that if we can
Sorry,
get
darling.
Okay, if we can get the United States government, right, within the first 100 days, because I know all of you follow the news, and the first 100 days will get us to about April of 2021, Biden can actually put out, just by executive order, an action that will provide a temporary status for all those men and women who will be fleeing from the BLM, who are already, out from there, who we've worked for a lot of them to be released on parole. But for those of you, all of you should know somebody who's in detention. I will find it very strange if you somebody on this call. Let me see how many people are there. 61 people. If there's somebody here who is not familiar with anybody in detention, please post on the chat and I'll be more than happy to discuss with you afterwards. But I find it very, very strange that everyone who talks about war doesn't talk about the refugees. I'm talking about those who are in America, who finally make their way into America, right? So we want to call on you to write a letter to Congress, right? I mean, you're going to be doing a resolution, which is great, about what side did what. But guess what? There is a resolution that you can do that can actually lead towards victory of some of the things you aspire for, right? Because if you're trying to do a resolution for another group that may not even follow what you're going to do, right? Because they don't care. It's not like you're paying them taxes, or it's not like you vote them in. But guess who cares? Guess who you vote in? You vote in members of Congress. You vote in Biden, right? So when you write a letter, when you do a resolution to Biden, when you do a petition to Biden or to your members of Congress, they're going to take that a little bit more seriously than some of these other folks that just do not care. To them, they're like, who are you, right? You know what I'm saying? So one, you're going to be protecting your own people from, this crisis, from your divisions and regions and, I think some of you call it counties and whatnot. Like, those are your kids that you're going to be protected. They're going to get papers. Guess what else they're going to get? They're going to get travel privileges, right? They may not go back to Cameroon, because what TPS does is that it's almost like getting asylum, right? It prevents you from going back to that country, but they can always go to Ghana, right? They can always go to Canada, right? Just this week, there was a briefing on Canada that Ms. Victorine sent to me, right? They could literally travel to Canada and testify there in person once COVID is over, right? So those are some of the things that TPS does, and it would be good for you, because what it would do is that you're gonna have a stable community that has papers. And another thing that TPS does is that TPS is not just for those who are in detention. You know who TPS is also for, right? I had mentioned I had worked with Ms. Victorina in 2017. There are lots and lots of people that came here in the last 20 years. We know the craziness in Cameroon did not just happen 5 years ago. Cameroon has always been a dictatorship for the past 50 some odd years, but really actively in the last 20, right? So there have been Cameroonians who've been coming to the US filing for asylum. Many of them did not get asylum. Many of them are undocumented. Many of them are probably part of these 60 some odd people on this call. Many of them, everybody of the 60 some odd people on this call know these people. Do you know what TPS does? TPS provides papers to those people, right? Right? There have been people who have been using different paperwork around SDF or around Southern Cameroons or around the craziness in Cameroon, who just did not get approved. So what Cameroon TPS will do, and the name is Cameroon because the passport says Cameroon, right? So it is what it is until a time when your aspirations come true and you get some of the name changes that you want. Then I guess the name will change to whatever it is that your aspirations lead to, right? But for now, the U.S. government calls it Cameroon, right? So that's what it's gonna be. So it's not, so don't sit there and just be like, oh, you know what? I don't really care. I don't have family in detention. Well, do you know anybody who may not have come in through detention, but who came 3 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 30 years ago with no papers? Well, if that person's last place of residence is Cameroon, right? Whether or not they recognize the name as Cameroon or not, if their last place of residence is Cameroon, if this is a person that if they get deported today, they will send them to Cameroon, TPS will cover them, right? So TPS really will protect the newcomers, right? The men and women, who will be affected by this current crisis, but also the men and women who have been affected by the craziness of this dictatorship for the last 50 years. That is exactly what TPS will do. And I just want to conclude by saying that the Cameroon American Council has worked on these political prisoners across the board, right? We've worked with political prisoners right here in the U.S. immigration detention. We've also worked with political prisoners in Cameroon. We worked we worked on a congressional statement for Barrister Agbombala. And I remember when he got released, one of the first things he said was that there were many reasons why he got released, but one of them was a congressional statement, from the United States. We also worked on a resolution for Patrice Ngana, and with Patrice Ngana, one of the things that he said was that in addition to many, many things that got him released was the fact that Congress, put out a statement. And so I just want to conclude. And then, of course, we had the honor that the Cameroon American Council hosted a Senate briefing where Dr. Fontem gave his very, very first public statement. And so we have a history of working with political prisoners, both in and out of detention, both in and out of the United States. And I just want to throw this out there about a political prisoner that you all know, and many of you, I'm sure, consider your leader, Mr. Seseseko, that while you all are looking into all these different things that you're looking to do, you actually have a way of working to getting him and other political prisoners released, right? I mean, you pay taxes in America, whether or not you're a U.S. citizen. For those of you who are U.S. citizens, you are voters, right? You can ask, right? You can ask your members of Congress to for the release of this man, right, Mr. Siseko, whom many of you consider your leader, right? And you can do that. You should do that because TPS and the folks out of Naira, your leaders out of Naira, they are very much connected, right? Because this is a moment in which everyone is talking about political prisoners, right? So use this moment and this momentum of a new guy in office, Biden, of you all, looking into Congress. One of the men that worked with me and for me actually before he due to different differences he moved on to work for the Amazonia cause, which is good. It is what it is. I mean, I just recently found out that he died, right? Daniel Teko. And I know that many of you learned a lot from Daniel, right? I know that many of you worked with him. You saw him at rallies. We trained him at the Cameroon American Council. So we know that you guys know about congressional outreach. So I want to challenge all of you, right? That while you're working on Cameroon TPS, because I know you will, because I know you don't want to see these BLM folks in detention. You want them out. You want them with papers. You want them be productive members in the American society. I mean, they've crossed all these countries. You want them out, right? I want to challenge you that when you're out there talking about Cameroon TPS, which I hope you will do it as early as tomorrow, right? I want you to also throw in Seseseko. That's my challenge for you, right? I know you can do it. I did it for Agbombala, so I know you can do it for a man you consider your leader. So there you have it, guys. Sylvie Bello, Cameroon American Council. If you are seeking to support the work we do, feel free to donate to our work in advocating for the men and women who run and flee the conflicts back home. Thank you. I could take some questions, but if not, Sister Victorine has all my information. Thank you for this invitation.
Yes, I am. Hello. Can you... Yes. Thank you for inviting me. Yeah. Well, I somehow I have my camera on, but somehow it my is not showing there. But something is happening because I am sharing my camera, but I don't see. I think someone is sharing the screen.
And then also stop sharing.
You have to stop sharing. That's the problem.
Yes, make him co-host.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Ator, for inviting me, and thank you everyone for what you're doing. My name is Mardoel Hernandez. I am a TPS recipient from Honduras, part of the National TPS Alliance. National TPS Alliance is an organization who was created 4 years ago when Donald Trump came to the office and he attacked all the TPS, all the countries that had TPS, and he canceled TPS for 6 countries. He started with Haiti, El Salvador, Honduras, Nicaragua, Sudan, Nepal. So he canceled the TPS for 6 countries. So we had to organize ourselves as a national TPS alliance. And the organization is led by TPS holders from the different countries, and also family members and allies. And we are sponsored by 2 organizations from Los Angeles. One is the Endilon, which is a National Day Labor Organization network, and also Cares in Los Angeles, which both organizations are advocating for the immigrant community. So we organized back in 2017, with the purpose of defending our TPS and looking for to get a permanent residency for all the TPS holders from the different 12 countries that already have TPS. There used to be 13, but Liberia, I think that there was the other one that was under the DED program, but somehow they got, I think in one of the appropriations bill last year, they now can adjust the status. But now there are 12 countries that remain with TPS, and 6 of them, Donald Trump canceled their TPS, and that's why we've been fighting. So we had to file a lawsuit. 14 families came together and filed a lawsuit in California and the 9th Circuit Court. And at the beginning, the judge put a stop to the cancellation, but and then they appealed to that decision, and 3 judges on that court of appeal gave him the discretion of that he could cancel the TPS. But and then now appeal again to the en banc, where all the judges on that court of appeal can hear the case, and that's where the status is right now. The case is in the court. So because of the injunction, the agreement is that during this lawsuit goes on, the TPS recipients will be protected, and now we are protected until October 4th because the result of this lawsuit. Otherwise, all these 6 countries will have been already deported, and we're talking about the majority of the TPS holders, because there are over 400,000 TPS holders, but only El Salvador has close to 200, Honduras close to 100. I mean to 50,000. I'm talking 200,000 for El Salvador, almost 50,000 for Honduras. Haiti has almost the same amount, and Nepal has also a huge amount. So The majority of TPS recipients right now are from these 6 countries that were canceled. So we've been fighting for this for 4 years. So we defend ourselves from all the attacks and the persecution of the past administration. And at this point, we do have about 8 more months with our TPS, but our goal is to fight, and we're fighting for a permanent residency for all the countries that have TPS. We haven't had any contact with you, with all of you that are fighting for a TPS for Cameroon, which is a wonderful thing, and we need to get together so we can all fight together. This way, we're going to be stronger, and that's the only way we're going to win. Right now, we see this new administration is a little more friendly, but that doesn't mean the things are going to happen. So we all need to come together and fight together. We have to develop a very good strategic way how we can win this. And I know we have a lot of things to talk about, but because of the time, I would love to share more things about what we're doing, but I'm sure we can arrange meetings where we can have like a few more people talking about, and so we can all be at the same page. But our next event that we're having is a march for this coming Tuesday, February 23rd. We're going to get together in Washington, D.C. The leadership of the National TPS Alliance, we're going to get together the 22nd. We're going to be planning on a big march that we're going to have in Washington, D.C. I'm going to be sharing the flyer, the information with you, Mr. Atto, so I can share it with everyone. And we're going to meet at the Mount Pleasant Park in Washington, D.C. And then we're going to march all the way down 16th Street in the northwest of Washington, D.C., all the way down to Black Lives Matter Plaza near the White House. And then we're going to be having a press conference there at 12:30. So we are inviting everyone, not just TPS holders, but all the family members, all the allies, and we are also we're asking everybody to come and join us, and be prepared for the cold weather. Luckily, it's not going to be that cold, but it's good to be prepared. We need to keep all the protocols of using our mask and the social distancing and all that stuff. So if you know people from the DMV area, Washington, Maryland, and Virginia, please let them know to come and join us. And I do congratulate you for what you're doing, fighting for a TPS for Cameroon. That needs to happen. We also are fighting for the TPS that was canceled to be put in place again, and also give the opportunity to people who don't have TPS for these countries, that they can have the opportunity to obtain a new TPS for the region of Central America that was devastated, not just because of the pandemic, but there were 2 hurricanes at the end of last year, 1 week right after the other, and those really devastated this area. So there's a lot of people who lost everything, and that's why we're also pushing this effort for getting also a TPS for these people. I know there is a bunch of Congress members that wrote a letter to the administration and the DHS to to assign a new TPS for these Central American countries, but I don't see Cameroon there. But I would love to see Cameroon there, so we can all push together, and this way we're going to be stronger, and we can meet these goals. And I just heard a lot of things that are happening in Cameroon, and I'm very sorry about what is happening there, and I really support with your effort and whatever we can do to come together and advocate together. It's wonderful. We also are doing a lobbying journey at the district level with all the Congress members and the Senate, the senators, and that's part of our journey that we're doing right now. So I would love to share more information, but that's basically what we're doing. And the National TPS Alliance, you can find us at the website, which is nationaltpsalliance.org, and you're gonna find a lot of information there. So I'm open to any questions, and thank you very much for the opportunity, and congratulations for what you all are doing. We need to fight together.
Arthur for and also Sylvie, right? Both at the same time.
Okay, thank you so much, and welcome to our comrades, CV and Mr. Hernandez. My question was to Madame CV. I wanted to ask her if her organization paid attention to the first comrades that were sent back to Cameroon. The reason is most of them are staying in hiding. They don't move around freely with activities because of the military brutality. So I wanted to call her attention if there's a means of maybe putting those comrades into their program. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. I hope you're going to email me. I posted my email in the chat and also my number. I feel like there's a lot more you want to say about that. And the answer to that is yes. You know, we tried to stop it, but we cannot do it without your help. Okay? We just cannot do it, right? For 3 years, you know, we kept saying, hey, there are all these people who are fleeing the war and coming to America, but folks only want to focus on the war and not focus on their family members, right, who are right there. And you're right. Many of them, 2 of them in particular, are men. You remember when I talked about the 40 Pine Perry men who went on hunger strike, you know, who went on protesting anti-Blackness and anti-Cameroonians in detention? 2 of them got deported. These are men that we worked with for years and years. About 3 women who protested got deported as well. And these are women that were not only raped in Cameroon during the war, because you guys do know that this war is not just, you know, like the women have the brunt of it, right? So these were women that were raped during the war in Cameroon, crossed 8 Latin American countries and were raped during that passage. And by the way, they rape both men and women, just that the women maybe talk about it a little bit more than the men do, get into America and were harassed by ICE. So these women led the largest Black protest in America, and today they're all in hiding. So there is, which that's why I want you to email me, there is a policy that my friends at the Interfaith Immigration Coalition, I know many of you are church leaders or at least Zoom pastors and whatnot. So I know you're strong in your faith. So we need more of you to join the Interfaith Immigration Coalition on getting them back in here. So there is and I will post it in the chat. There is, thank you for that question. There is actually a policy that we're partnering with other friends to bring those who were deported back. Okay. Do we have a significant push on that? We just don't, because we just don't have the resources. So I posted our, fundraiser for people who would like to support. And, this is also something, in addition to fighting for Cameroon TPS, which I know you're going to do, in addition to fighting for the release of your political leaders in Cameroon, which I know you're going to do, the third thing that I'm going to throw in your bucket, right, list, is that you need to join and fight for those who were deported to be returned. Right, the Mexicans have done that, and a lot of times they're quite successful in that, right? Because these men and women, when they go back, I actually have a Betty guy, because people are going to think that detention is all about people from the Northwest and Southwest. No, we have people from the West, where my mother is from. We have people from the South, the central part. So I have a man who is from the Central Province region who was deported. You can imagine what's going to happen to him. He's obviously in hiding, right? So there's so many folks who were deported that we want back because they are at extreme danger. So I'm just going to pause there and say, if you want to find because I'm an activist, right? So what activists do is that, the first three letters of activist is ACT. Activist ACT. So I want each of you to go to www.house.gov. When you get there, you plug in your zip code and find your member of Congress. I don't care if you are a U.S. citizen or not. You pay taxes. You support, the economy of the city or state in which you're in. You need to have your members of Congress. You guys need to do a phone call, right? You do need to make phone calls to these people. Get your teenage kids. I know many of you have teenage kids, or at least teenage nephews and nieces. In my case, I have a 10-year-old niece that I put to work. I'm like, sit here and call these numbers and tell them that your aunties and uncles are in detention. Okay, you should put them to work. That would be great training. That's how Dr. King started. And tell them that you want those who were deported from Cameroon to be brought back because they are in severe danger, right? Tell them that you want the political prisoners in Cameroon to be released, right? And you better tell them that you want, right, those who have already left that country, crossing 8 Latin American countries to get their papers. So go ahead and do that. House.gov, plug in your zip codes, make those phone calls. Do it as a family tradition, 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., make those phone calls. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, definitely. That is a great point. And I would like to encourage everyone who is here and motivate everyone else from Cameroon. I know it is hard to come out and be part of this when you don't have a legal status, and that makes people to be afraid and just be quiet. But just don't be afraid. Just come out, raise your voice, and you're gonna be heard. And the only way this can be that we can win is if we are part of this. We do have a slogan that it says, "Nothing about us without us." Why is this? Because we are the ones who know what our needs are and what the solutions can be. So that's why it's very important, as Madame just said, you need to be involved. Otherwise, there are a lot of organizations that are doing advocacy, but all these Congress members and the administration, they need to know every single person's story, personal story. What are your needs? And that's what is going to make the difference. And definitely, that is a great point about the what we're doing now is pushing for a permanent residency for all the TPS holders that already have TPS. But of course, we're also pushing for a new TPS for these countries that really need it. The people can't go back to these countries because of the natural disasters impact, for the civil wars. And we know this pandemic has affected all these countries. So what I will encourage everyone is to deliver the message to everybody, family members, and if you are American citizen, it's wonderful. That's why you can be the best ally of people who don't really have this status. But it's very important that people who are affected are part of this, because we know when you tell your personal story, it does impact the Congress members. For 4 years, we have been visiting the Congress members in the Congress and also Senate. And when these people hear the stories of the mothers who don't want to be separated from their parents, that really impacts people. When we started this, they didn't even know what TPS was. The Congress people, more than half of them, they didn't know what TPS was. So we had a long journey. We know we have a lot of work to do. So we organize ourselves. We prepare ourselves, and then we had to go back and educate the Congress members and the senators about TPS. TPS, I'm sure, I'm just going to mention this because it's important to know. TPS is a law that started in 1990, right? But it doesn't give the path to permanent residency. But Congress members didn't know that, and they had to be educated. So that's why I do recommend this district level lobbying journey as well. You need to call the Congress members, but also ask for a virtual meeting. That's what we're doing right now. Since we can't go to their offices, we are scheduling Zoom meetings like this with them, and that has a lot of impact. There are a lot of things happening with TPS right now, but this week, the senators from Maryland, Chris Van Hollen and Ben Cardin, just introduced a piece of legislation to the Senate, where it gives the permanent residency for all the TPS holders from the 12th country, which we are fighting for. But he was very clear when he spoke in this in his presentation in the press conference. He said, we can win this, but it will depend on our effort, which is their own effort, to use the leadership to talk to the rest of the Congress members. But mostly it will depend on the participation of every single activist in the nation. And that's what we need to do. We all need to come together and fight together. And I will invite every one of you to, if you want to be part of our meetings, we can all develop great ideas and fight together for this.
Yes, thank you so much. Can everyone hear me? Yes, thank you so much. I just wanted to thank Miss Sylvie Bello for all the highlights she made. That is very important, my sister. That is what we are lacking in this whole fight for freedom. We are supposed to go outside our comfort zone. We need to talk to our people, to those people who don't look like us. We need to go out there and canvass for those senators, those members of Congress, those people whom we think will not listen to us. But we know that we are voting for them. We are paying our taxes for them. This is what personally I have embarked on in Georgia. Please, we shouldn't be afraid. When you start the process, you realize that it's way, way easier. And don't feel like when you approach a senator or a congressperson, they will turn you down. Even if they turn you down, go back there to them. Let them know that you're paying taxes to them. Let them know that you voted for them and they owe you that duty to listen to you. Most of them are in the foreign committees that they make decisions and deliberate on. And they owe you that duty. Another thing I wanted to mention so importantly is the fact that we need to galvanize that grassroots movement. That is what is going to end this war. What is going to end this war? We've heard it over and over and over again. La République or Cameroon with a UN or UN will not win this war on the battleground. We won't either. Ambazonia will not, or Southern Cameroons will not either. You know what will stop the bloodshed on our people? Because there is bloodshed on both sides. The military is dying. The civilians and the Amber Boys, or whoever we call it, are equally dying. Casualties are on both sides. But you know how we end this? By going through humanitarian, by galvanizing grassroots movement from all over the world, not from Southern Cameroonians. We've been talking to each other for too long. We need to get out. We need to speak up. We need to join those other groups that don't look like us, the African movements, right? Those other movements that are equally fighting for this, those human rights movements, right? Join them, speak to them. Don't be afraid. If you don't talk about your problem, nobody will talk about it for you. So let's get out. Let's move out. Let's stop talking to fellow Southern Cameroonians because it hasn't worked for 4 years. And if we keep doing it, it is not going to work for the next 10 years. We will be in here. So what ended apartheid was the fact that the world rose against apartheid. What will end the Southern Cameroons movement or the Southern Cameroons crisis or killings and get our people out of jails is going to be us talking. It is going to be us. I am canvassing to talk to Ossoff and Warnock because I personally worked hard for them to be elected. I am canvassing to talk to Stacey Abrams because she's a woman. She will stand for the women and kids' rights. Please, every single state where we are, let's visit and talk to our Congress people. Whether you have papers or not, you have the right to talk. As a matter of fact, when you don't have papers, people listen to you more. So I really, really want to applaud Ms. Sylvie for saying what she said, because that's my mission and it should be all of our mission. This is not somebody else's problem. It is all our problem. I yield for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivian. I'm trying to unmute myself. Vivian, you've just said it all. You've just said it all. And I hear my question will be going to Hernandez, who have invited people to join them in that protest or movement that they are doing downtown. So I hope many people in that area, in the DC, Maryland, Virginia, able to make it to that. We'll try to motivate a lot of people. Mr. Hinder, I have this question for you. If you can help us, you see, as you see, we are struggling to come up with another petition. So are you able, is your organization able to help the Southern Cameroons, Ambazonians to write a congressional resolution on TPS? That's my first question. And the second question is it possible that you have a working session on Cameroon to us? Because you said we don't have a lot of things concerning Cameroon in so far the documents you have been saying. So at least if you can give us a working session, that might help us to see what you're lacking, and then we can fit more into your database. Thank you.
Yeah, like I said, we felt the necessity of getting organized ourselves, and we started building local committees all over the United States. At this point, we have about 60 committees all over the nation. And each committee is led by TPS holders, also with family members and allies. Of course, there are a lot of organizations who are supporting us. So that would be a great, a good way of bring people out of the shadow and organize them in local areas. This way, they can all do these congressional calls and things like that. So, and the reason why we haven't had contact with, or we're not involved with the Cameroon situation is because it's basically the lack of information that we have from the Cameroon situation, because we haven't had a relationship with your leadership, but this is a great opportunity to start this relationship, so we can all come together, and we can definitely have a meeting or where we can develop a good relationship, and we need to talk about what we can do from now on. And this piece of legislation that was introduced to the Senate was for people who have TPS already. So and it's basically for people who already have TPS for at least 3 years, and but most people have had it for almost 20 years, and But like I say, we definitely need to come together. We need to build this relationship, and this way we'll be stronger. So when we do this advocacy, we can do it together. And I'm sure your community is so strong and so powerful, and we can combine our struggle. We can push together, and I would be open to have more conversations, and we can arrange a meeting with our leadership, so we can all work together and plan what we can do in the future. Yeah, I share you the flyer with the information, and just feel free to share my my contact information with whoever is gonna show up, so we can all meet there. Great. Sounds good. Yeah, Mr. Atto, if you let me just mention something that I know there is also a Honduran based organization that is doing this, and they're organizing all over the nation to push to get this TPS program expanded for people who are in the that are in that don't have the TPS right now, right? And they're doing this effort as well. And I understand tomorrow they will be in. Right now they're in Florida, but tomorrow they will be in New Jersey, somewhere in New Jersey. If I find that information, that I will share it with you, so you can share with anyone in New Jersey. They're trying to travel all over the country as well. They're basically pushing for the new TPS for people who don't have it right now. So, and we're also doing part of that, but they're basically focusing on that. And that we can join the effort there. I think that would be a great idea. Sure. Excellent. Thank you.
Comrade Ato, just one announcement. Comrade Ato, please, for those who have migrated recently in here, a lot of them are not in our WhatsApp. So please, we should get their contacts so that you can add them on the Southern kind of in your forum, because since we'll be discussing on the TPS. So people should bring all those people, because we cannot be talking on the real people. They are behind. They are not hearing anything. Yes, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So that's a good announcement to take home for everybody. That's right.
She's in. Let me ask to unmute her.
Allowing me to unmute. Okay, finally. Yeah, I've been trying to unmute myself and the host was not allowing.
Sorry, yeah, we had to restrict because of the...
Yeah, understandably, yes. Yeah, that's correct. Thank everybody for the patience waiting for this presentation. I know you were supposed to have it during the last town hall meeting, and I was also sitting here and a little concerned for my folks in Europe because of the time and the length of, they've been waiting for a while. So let me just first of all give my deepest condolences to our Libyan folks and hope that our cult members and their leaders will actually be outed, so we can stop doing the Malagashi dance on our struggle and move forward rather than move forward and backwards every time that our people commit atrocities. So my deep condolences to our brothers in the BLM. The document that we are about to actually look at, I want to first share my screen with a little bit of a background as to the very structure of the document, so that we don't spend too much time. So here is what we have. And before I start to actually present the structure of the document, let me give my first thank you to Eleanor, because basically she is the person who initiated this by providing us with a document that SKEW, the group in the Takamban group in Europe, Southern Cameroon's European women, had been working on a document, and she shared it with me. And I began to tweak it and said, oh, to her that this would really make for a good common document, because every time somebody asks you about your story, it's very hard to tell the narrative. So that document really did a good job of telling our story. So we call it Speaking with One Voice, a common story succinctly narrated. I like to put things in a PowerPoint because if I don't, I'll forget. I'm not as young and bright and brilliant like everybody else. So here, we need to tell our story from a common perspective. And instead of saying, oh, story long time short, we should actually have a document that tells the story. And I want to go into the structure of a document. So it has two parts. The first, the content, and the content actually raises these questions. Do the facts represent exactly what has happened in Southern Cameroon? Is there a flow? Does it have appeal to anybody who reads it? So it's short, succinct, and is there credibility to the story as we narrate it? So on the style side, I want to talk about subjective. You know, you can put humor, you can put irony, you can look at the diction, the grammar, the vocabulary, see whether it's a specialized or technical document. This part, number 2, is not important. So basically, we focus on number 1. And for this number 1, let me go on to say, we need this document like yesterday. So the last time we were supposed to present the document, we didn't present it. But we know that our story is being told by everybody else. Every time we go to a conference, every time we have a webinar, every time somebody has to speak about our story, we find that it's not really being told from a single perspective. You know, the media has it differently, the activists has it, La République has its own, academics, ourselves, our friends. So we need this document. And we have our audience, which are some friendly governments, some parliamentarians, like we heard Emily Turnberry, Paul Boateng, the people in Canada in the past meetings have also been crying for this document. We have advocates, lobbyists, you know, activists, human rights groups. So we want to provide this tool to them so it makes our life easier and we can only focus on the things that are really, really important. Okay, so what is important to be told? The narrative has been done. We will look through it soon. There is an ask at the end of the document. We give some 5 points to say this is what we want. The ask will change as the items of the ask are met. We have a section on that document that is evidence provided. We saw this morning all the evidence, all the different issues that people are raising. On mute. I am muted. Oh Lord.
No, you are good. You are good.
I'm good. Okay. So the evidence of the atrocities that are being committed needs to be updated as the atrocities grow in numbers. And we've seen since Garbu, since for a long time, that the atrocities have been growing in number. So here are 3 things in the structure of the document. The narrative, we may have to come back from time to time to change parts of that narrative. For instance, the very first sentence in the document, which we will be seeing in a while, the very first sentence talks about the Norwegian Refugee Council saying that the Southern Cameroons struggle, the war in Southern Cameroon, is the most neglected for 2 consecutive years. That first sentence has been used over and over. After a while, we will not open our narrative with that sentence anymore because it will be 1 year, 2, 3, 4 years. So we need to look at parts of the narrative that will change, that must change, but not much of it will change because, as you will see, the narrative is, I would say, really good to go. But the ask will change because there are 5 things that we put in that document asking that these things be met. Our prisoners be freed, a fact-finding mission be done. Once those things are done, we then change the ask. Or if you are sending the document to a parliamentarian or to somebody who you want to present a different ask, you will need to present the ask as you want. Also, the evidence from time to time, we will need to look at the atrocities and say, do we change this or do we leave this one? And this will be for the town hall to decide. So my very last slide says, 2 aspects of the documents will change faster and must be updated regularly, the ask and the evidence. For the ask, each time an ask is delivered or fulfilled, we need to update it. For the evidence, each time the atrocities increase, we need also to update them. So I'm going to ask that Arthur puts up the document, but say that this document is going to be a living document, and we will now, everybody is going to be an editor of this document. So if you can grab a pen and paper as we go through the document, take time and look at each line. So you see, as I promised you, this is the Anglophone crisis, genesis, escalation, and recommendation. So the genesis is the history of, and we don't want a 17-page history. We don't want a 20-page history. We want 2 paragraphs of our history told very succinctly. And then we look at the escalation, what has been happening that makes us concerned that we are getting very close to a genocide. So, that is the escalation. And then the recommendation being the ask, okay? So let's take line by line. Also, could you scroll it down a little bit? Yeah. Let's take it, as I said, the Refugee Council for 2 consecutive years, 2019 and 2020, has characterized the ongoing Anglophone crisis in Cameroon as the world's most neglected conflict. That is a big flash, strong statement. But in 2022, 2023, that statement will no longer be relevant. We would have to change. So that is good to go. I will read the document and everybody takes note of the areas, the sentences that they think we need to tweak a little bit, we need to change. And so that's how everybody is going to be the editor. So you take pen and paper, I read, you note which line, when we go back to it, when we've all come to the question and revision session. So I'm going to read slowly and we will get to the end of the document. It's not a long document, don't be scared. I will read fast. I will read slowly but fast. So here goes. That first sentence is, strikes you, it hits you. 2 years in a row, it's the most neglected conflict. A multifaceted crisis arising from the inability of Francophone and Anglophone entities to coexist as autonomous federated states originally agreed upon in 1961, when the UN trusteeship territory of Southern Cameroons was granted independence by, and this is what the plebiscite said, either joining the Federal Republic of Nigeria or La République du Cameroun. So following a plebiscite in 1961 to determine whether to join Nigeria or Cameroon, the people of the Southern Cameroons voted to join French Cameroon in a relationship comprising two federated, so that says we were going to be equal, federated states. The English-speaking Southern Cameroons comprise these 20% of the total population of the country. A similar arrangement between Senegal and Gambia, Senegambia, in the 1970s was scrapped based on the fundamental cultural and institutional traditions of the Gambia, Anglophone, and Senegal, Francophone, even though the cultures, language, religion, ethnicity are more similar than in Cameroon. Whereas Southern Cameroons entered a gentleman's agreement, we could say entered into a gentleman's agreement with La République du Cameroun, the strong relations between France and its former colonies hung over the Francophone majority, nipping in the bud any opportunity for Anglophone autonomy in the originally agreed federation before it even had an opportunity to sprout. So what happened? France has been there over this relationship, and we never really had a true federation because federation doesn't exist in the French system. The French system is strongly centralized. So the current multifaceted crisis has evolved from the initial intention of the 80% Francophone administrations of President Ahidjo and President Biya to assimilate the Anglophones in the 60 plus years of coexistence. Anglophones who are exceedingly passionate about their language, Anglo-Saxon education system, traditions, and institutions such as the common law have fought to maintain them over the years to the point of shedding blood. Areas of dispute and deep-seated Anglophone grievances include politics, number one, the constitutional on the form of the state, administrative affairs dominated almost entirely by Francophones, and we know our administration is dominated by Francophones. Economy, significant underinvestment budget for Anglophone areas compared to the rest of the country. Culture, imposition of French language on Anglophones, including using non-English speaking Francophone teachers in English schools, among a long list of others. So there are other areas we could go in, but here are the main areas where our grievances lie. In 1972, President Amadou Ahidjo single-handedly changed the constitution, including the name of the nation, to United Republic of Cameroon, and created a more strongly centralized government. The people of Southern Cameroons felt sidelined and stripped of all their autonomy and self-governing rights. Shift the page up a little bit, Ato, please. In 1984, Paul Biya completed the assimilation his predecessor started by reverting to the original name of the 80% Francophone majority country, further revised the constitution to institute a lifetime presidency and enforced even stronger centralization and greater marginalization of Anglophones. Corruption increased in the country, crippling the economy, and any complaints from Anglophones were harshly dealt with. For example, the use of harsh prison sentences was enhanced, especially among the Anglophone minority. In October 2016, so you see where we don't go back into a lot more detail, that is succinct enough. In October 2016, English-speaking lawyers, students, and teachers began peaceful demonstrations to protest underrepresentation, cultural marginalization, and the systemic assimilation and erosion of the common law and Anglophone education system by the Francophone-dominated government. When their requests were violently repressed by the security forces, other trade unions, that needs to be either UT or whatever, and civil societies in the civil society organization, kind of, in the Anglophone regions came together and demanded a return to the federal system of Cameroon as ordained by the UN trusteeship terms of the unification to autonomous Cameroon in 1961. Anglophones determined that having patiently watched the autonomy stripped away, they would maintain their Anglo-Saxon culture under any means, even death. Like the Senegambia case in the 1970s, they were ready to end Francophone domination and, if possible, have a country of their own. By October 2016, from October 2016 to October 2017, Biya's military, the infamous BIR, Bataillon d'Intervention Rapide, repeatedly used live ammunition on peaceful protesters. Horrendous pictures, photos, and videos of the killing spree were widely circulated on social media. The people decided to defend themselves from the brutal army crackdown, which occasionally included deployment of helicopter gunships. Rather than engage the people in a political dialogue on the root causes of the crisis as prescribed by the United Nations, Paul Biya preferred to openly declare war on the Anglophone people on November 30, 2017, at the Yaoundé-Simalène airport upon his return from the Franco-African Summit in Abidjan. The regime was confident that the Anglophone ragtag self-defense forces would be eliminated in a few weeks and allotted no more than 3 months to the war effort with French support. As images of students tortured and raped, villages burned down with old mothers unable to flee, circulated on social media, the regime met the full force of the people's passion. The government intensified military response and shut down the internet in the Anglophone regions for several months. Villages emptied out as soldiers looted and burned down homes, raped women and girls, and indiscriminately shot at civilians, especially young men and boys. In January 2018, the political leaders of the Anglophone struggle were abducted from Abuja, Nigeria, and extradited to Yaoundé, Cameroon. Their detention in the notorious SED and subsequently in the Kondengi jail, followed by arbitrary trials, life sentences, and hefty fines, further fueled the struggle. The Anglophone diaspora mobilized support for the war effort against a regime strongly determined to win militarily. Although the government initially issued statements that there was no Anglophone crisis, it eventually bowed down to pressure for mediation by staging a national dialogue, during which it declared that a special status had been accorded Anglophones. Even with such pretentious overtures, the killings and atrocities intensified. The horrendous humanitarian crisis of this most neglected conflict is now quite evident. Over 100,000 Cameroonians have fled to neighboring Nigeria, with numbers rising steadily as more villages are set ablaze. Over 120,000 internally displaced Southern Cameroonians have sought refuge in the bushes around the country. Over 4,000 Southern Cameroonians have been arbitrarily arrested and incarcerated, particularly young men. Over 20,000 Cameroonian civilians have been killed by the military. over 500 villages in southern Cameroon have been burned down by the army. Schools and universities have been shut down for over 4 years. Southern Cameroon has been heavily militarized since the protests began in October 2016, with the underpaid military engaging in criminal activities and terrorizing civilians in towns and villages. There are more than 5,000 wounded civilians from the conflict. Numerous young girls and mothers have been raped and impregnated by the military. Images of summary executions and mass burials have been shared on social media. It is difficult to determine the exact figures of the atrocities since government refuses to give an account and denies access to humanitarian and human rights organizations. There is evidence of security forces increasingly perpetuating extrajudicial killings and burning entire villages. On the 14th of February 2020, for example, at least 22 civilians, including 14 children, were massacred by government forces in Garbu in the northwest region. As recently as 10 January 2021, 9 civilians, including women and children, were massacred in Mautu, Muyuka, in the southern region of Cameroon. The security situation in the Anglophone region has continued to deteriorate while atrocities increase. And here are the list of atrocities, and they are in a form where you can click on and you see more pictures. So let's just continue down. Scroll down for me. The outbreak of the coronavirus pandemic has worsened an already deplorable situation for affected people. Despite the government's military aggression towards civilians, Cameroon was elected in October 2018 to the Human Rights Council for the 2019-2021 term. Following a visit to Cameroon on May 16, 2019, the UN High Commission for Human Rights urged the government to hold accountable members of the security forces who commit serious human rights abuses. On May 13, 2019, the Security Council held its first area formula meeting on the humanitarian and human rights situation in Cameroon. On February 17, 2020, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres condemned the killings in Garbu and called upon the government to hold accountable those responsible. The UN Special Representatives on Children and Armed Conflict, Sexual Violence in Conflict and Violence Against Children, as well as a Special Advisor on the Prevention of Genocide, issued a joint statement on February 21st on the deplorable human rights abuses committed against civilians in the Anglophone regions of Cameroon. On June 22nd, 5 Nobel Peace Laureates, along with 2 former heads of state, 2 former heads of state, you have to go back a little bit further. Yeah, wait, hang on, I'm doing some work here, yeah. Deplorable human, yes, 5 Nobel laureates, along with 2 former heads of state, other eminent persons, and the Global Center for the Responsibility to Protect visited Cameroon and called upon all parties to the Anglophone crisis to declare a humanitarian ceasefire amid the COVID-19 pandemic. This call has fallen on deaf ears. Sorry. So here is what the ask is. This is very important. Number 1, free all Southern Cameroon's political prisoners imprisoned by the Biya regime. Allow free, unfettered access to humanitarian organizations to deliver assistance to IDPs, human rights organizations, and for human rights organizations to conduct a fact-finding mission. 3, include the ongoing Anglophone crisis on the agenda of the UN Security Council and propose a peacekeeping force for the region to ensure an end to the bloodshed and the atrocities of the beer on the Anglophone population. This is number 4. Identify a sponsor for the negotiations between the government and the Southern Cameroonians for a sustainable peace agreement. That's it. So it's a 3-page and a little bit, document. Okay. So this is the document. Let's see what people propose as revisions. And somebody can be our secretary and take charge of the document so that we finalize it and release it immediately because it's been very urgent. We want to go to the chat and see what people have there. Okay. Wow. Where do we start? The area where the documents were about. Okay. So economic destruction of the pillars of a thriving economy, including destruction of the PWD.
I'm right here. So Doc,
it's Mideno, not Medino. It's Mideno, M-I-D-E-N-O, Mideno, the CDC, the Sonara Refinery and Cameroon Bank. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Thank you, Doc. So, I was listening. This is Foster.
Okay, Foster.
I was listening to you read the document, and as you read it, it just struck me on some of these points, and not to lose my train of thought, I was commenting. You listed areas in the documents where you felt like the Southern Cameroon's population has been affected most, and one of the areas listed was economy. And under economy, I was thinking, the pillars of our thriving economy were destroyed. PWD, Mideno, CDC, the refinery, Cameroon Bank, and if you go further, you also talk of the Yoke Dam and Power Camp that was in Kumba. You mentioned that the plebiscite was in 1960. I think it was in 1961.
It was in 61. Okay. 61. So, Ato, can you make those corrections to the document because we want to issue it? Or can we have the Secretariat make these additions? Anybody else? Over 1 million internally displaced. Okay. Over 1 million internally displaced.
You wrote about 120,000, and by every statistics, more than 1 million. I mean, I think if we go to the neighboring country, La Republic, at least that number is there. But even within the Southern Cameroons, 400 villages have been burned down. All of those people are internally displaced, even within their areas.
Agree.
For start, that internet shutdown, you said several months. I worry that it may not paint the full impact. It's 94 days. And
it's 94 days. Okay. Agree.
To tie it to what happened in South Africa, to me, it's internet appetite more so than just a shutdown, because La Republic had internet during all that period that we were deprived of it. So it's more of an internet appetite than just internet shutdown.
No, but it's internet shutdown. It's internet shutdown in southern Cameroon, while Francophone Cameroon had internet working.
Yes, I think to me that's important. We captured it in that manner, rather than just calling internet shutdown as though the entire Cameroon was shut down. So then Mautu, you said southern region of Cameroon. It will be southern region of the southern Cameroon. Or southwest Cameroon, or presently southwest.
Or southern Cameroon. Region of the southern Cameroons. Okay, good. No, very good points. Anybody else has some more points to make?
Sorry, Secretary was
I would like to
a little late in answering.
Okay. Let's hear from Eleanor, please. Eleanor has a yes. Sorry. Yes, I want to recognize that Vivian has also been involved in this document. So if she has some points that she wants to make, that's fine. So Eleanor first and then Vivian next. Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. I just wanted to add to, I don't know if I'm adding, but to make a comment on what Dr. Foster says about the 1940s. We had more than one internet shutdown. So we're like, how do we encompass these shutdowns into that phrase? Should we be specific or put a generic term? So I don't know what the House thinks, how we can, because it is
capture.
Yeah, how do we capture the different times that internet was shut down?
Can I respond?
Yes, you can respond, Foster.
Thanks again. This is already a wonderful document, and we're now threading needles. To me, the document speaks our message and speaks why there is that anger, and people are willing to fight back. And this document by itself, Dr. Kilo is trying to keep it to 3 pages, so it's not going to compose everything, but you're going to capture the parts that paints the true picture. And if everybody reads 94 days in a row by itself, you know, it speaks to what sort of brutality the people are speaking, and then it starts the ability to search for more information. And in that searching for more information, we provide it. Same like when the doc went to list the list of those atrocities, by itself is not exhaustive, but it captures the main ones, whereby if that international fact-finding mission can go in, it starts there and it begins to connect the dots to more other places that are not captured. So I think several months does not speak a powerful message as to what 94 days by itself. Quantifying it, to me, may give more. That was my reasoning. I yield.
Okay. Vivian has a point to make, or several points to make. So Vivian, over to you. Hello, Vivian.
Yes, I'm here. I'm
Okay.
here. I'm trying to unmute, please. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to talk again. I just wanted to highlight, Dr. Foster just spoke, right? I just wanted to highlight what Dr. Foster just said. This document is not an entirety, some kind of an entire document that tells our story. This document, its purpose was supposed to be a starter document, a story starter, right? Like when you go to, when I started my advocacy, I needed a document to start that conversation with whoever you meet. When you meet, for example, when I meet Stacey Abrams, where do I start? What do I present to her? That's how documents like this start up, right? That's how conversations start. So this document is not supposed to carry our entire story. When she says, I need something that says, that speaks to what you're fighting for. Now you give this document, you present this document. It's not as summarized as we would have wanted it to be. And we're along that trail. We want to further summarize this document to a little story where if you go to a town hall where there is a stranger and you just met him, someone who doesn't look like you and I, who's not necessarily a Southern Cameroonian, they want to get a brief summary of our story, right? You give them that little flyer, they go through it, and then this document can come second. And then there's another document that is more detailed as to what is really happening historically. It goes to more details. And then humanitarian-wise, it goes to more details. So this document is meant to be a conversation starter. When we meet Congress people, when we meet those senators, when we meet those people who are not necessarily Congress people or who are not quote unquote stakeholders, but they're just grassroots movement people who can help us to tell our story. This is the document we present to them. Now, when they create time for us to talk, right? Now you start going into detail. They ask you, when did this start? How many people have you lost? What's the casualty level? Now you start going into detail. You go to that next document, which is more detailed. So just to caution us that we shouldn't add too much detail into this document, because as we know, I was cautioned specifically that any document we're presenting to any stakeholder, to any senator, it shouldn't be too long because it becomes boring. They won't read it, I can guarantee you all. So let's keep this document as short as it is, but make sure all the statistics, all the data that we put in there is legit. Let's make sure we include the most important aspects of our plight. Secondly, there is this need of us making sure that we do not defend evil, but we make sure we try as much as possible not to equate our Amber boys to the Cameroonian military in most cases. Now I am trying to talk about something else, which might have come up in another session, but these are areas that I noticed that we, or some of our people who go out as activists, have always failed in. We do not, in most circumstances, we try to accept that equation between the Cameroonian military and the Amber boys. Let's remember that this is a well-trained military that is fighting with a group of boys who had no choice but defend themselves. They've been pushed to that point where they have to defend themselves. When you ask some of those Congress people that if you were put in a place where your mother has been killed in front of you or raped, your sister has been raped, your father has been asked to run like a terrorist and they're shot while you watch in hiding, what do you think becomes of these young men? They become radicalized. And this is what La République keeps doing to our people. What do you think becomes of this man whose child was burned to death? He's carrying a child who suffered to death. What do you think this man becomes? He becomes extremely radicalized. These are some of the things we need to urge and defend when we go to the international community. Let's not buy into this story of the international community, whom for whatever reason they do.
Hello. Yeah, I don't know what happened to Vivian, but we have 2 hands up. So Vivian, we'll just give the floor to 4 and then Big C. Thank you, Ato. Yes, Zone 4, please. Okay, very good. 4, over to you.
Okay, thank you. I want to thank our sister, Sister Ya, for this excellent job and the team that has worked hard tirelessly.
Go ahead.
Somebody is talking behind.
No, it's me. Go ahead. Go ahead, for it's me.
Okay. There is one other point that I wanted to raise. We have to understand that La République also controls our electricity. In particular, I want to say this. I was in Boya. That was in 2019. When there was a day, La République shut down electricity in a certain area just to carry on summarily execution. And it has happened even in Mamfe, in different parts of Ambazonia. That one, we don't have to leave it behind, because immediately they want to carry on execution, they shut down electricity in that, either in the city or in that particular area, for them to do their devilish acts. So that's just what I wanted they should put inside. That's just my proposal to be put inside the document. Thank you.
Much appreciated. What we will do is, before we close, we'll copy everything from the chat. So we ask people to make their points in the chat so that we'll copy everything, and then we use to finalize the document and make it available to everybody in PDF form for now. The next person is no, there was somebody else. Big C, have you made your point? Okay, Big C was there before SK, yeah, and then Atto. So Big C, you go on.
Yes, can you hear me?
Sure.
I just wanted to, I was listening to Vivian, and I think she was making a very vibrant point.
Yes.
That we need something that can catch somebody's attention for the brief that we have in meeting them. So I was even thinking if the document could be a little bit more compact with some very pertinent high points where the person can get a snapshot at a blink, at a glance, so that, but that will remain with him, so that by the next time that we are engaging him, they have an idea of what we are talking about. So that was one thing that I wanted to agree with her.
Big C, it's going to be very difficult to make that document even shorter than it is. I will tell you what, we've taken a very long document and actually really compressed it. So we will try to see how we incorporate the ideas that are coming in and where we can cut. But I can tell you, it's been very difficult trying to cut further. But you bear with us that 3 pages is not, it's a 5-minute read. It really is. If you glance your eye, it's not even up to 5 minutes. You can read it very fast. Okay. So, but if there are any other points that you want to add, please add it in the
because for example, if you see the allow free unfettered access to humanitarian organizations, right?
Right.
It takes 2 sentences when I think it could have been reduced in 1 sentence.
Okay, try doing that and let's see, and then I will follow your example.
Unfettered access to humanitarian organizations to deliver assistance to IDPs and conduct fact-finding missions.
Okay, fine. Write that in the chat. We will copy the entire chat and use it to revise the document. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
And then the other point that she was making, was about the humanitarian aspect of what the fighters are going through. You know, it's something that is not being emphasized on enough. And having followed all these conferences and everything that we are having, it seems as if we are comparing 2 trained armies. Whereas we are comparing guys that were just school students, teachers, nurses, Bayam Salams, who are reacting to the atrocities that they saw being committed by a professional army, guys who went one day minding the business to burying mothers with intestines coming out of their stomachs.
Right,
you know, something never seen before, something that creates trauma, you know. So the atrocities cannot, we have to emphasize the fact that they're suffering PTSD. Just even before getting into fighting, they already were victims of PTSD because of all the atrocities that they saw around them, you know.
I agree with you on that one, Big C. Thank you. Please, the points that you've made, just put them in the chat and we'll copy them and go through the document again. SK, it's your turn now. Thank you, Foster, for making your points on the chat. Please, other people should do that. SK, could you please make your point? It's your turn.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, I actually applaud the job you're doing. You said something at the beginning of a presentation, like, so maybe 1, 2, 3 years down the road, maybe we'll still have to change the form of our story. So I was just thinking of this because I have spoken to hundreds and hundreds of foreigners who didn't know anything about our struggle, but usually when I start them, I tell them that Cameroon, as you see, is made up of 2 countries that came together. Tell them about one side being French, one side being English, and the French side, La République Cameroon, had its independence on 1st of January 1960. This one had its independence on a different date. So I'm just saying that because if we adopt that one is a story that will stay. and then you tell them how they came together through these plebiscites, and that is one point I wanted to make. And then the second point I wanted to make was the one concerning the pillars of the economic pillars. When we mention a few, first of all, Midano is French appellation, Sonara is French appellation, but there's those real pillars like Cameroon, like the CDC, like the PMO, like Wadaewum, like Santa
We
Cruz.
used to have West Cameroon Development, WCDA. West Cameroon. Yeah.
Yes. And then West Cameroon Air Transport, that we had an airline that was functioning.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They are not able to run an airline. You see, we had a West Cameroon chain of hotels.
Right.
You see, those are the salient points that we have to add in, especially PMO. You remember what happened with PMO? They took money
Produce
from
Marketing Board. That's what it's called. Produce Marketing Board.
Yes.
Yeah.
When they nationalized it, they carried. You remember that they carried 70 billion francs went and put up a building in Douala, 18 floors today that is useless. So I'm just that was just the a few points.
SK, could you please put those points in the chat for us? I'm asking you because right now I'm not able to write anything, and we will need to be looking at this document very closely. So there used to be what we called West Cameroon Development Agency. Yes, headed by Pale Baga, if you remember that from Buya. West Cameroon Development Agency. It's what actually became the SNI.
Yes.
All right. Ato, this is your point now. Please, could you make your point? Yeah, it's your turn. Sorry.
SK, please, SK, not forgetting the Tico WAF is very important.
Actually, yes, Tico WAF, but the Victoria port also is a natural deep sea port, and we will include that. But we are trying to keep the document short. Ato, please. Yeah, thank you. Right. It's okay. So if you look, the third bullet from down is allow free, unfettered access to humanitarian organizations and for a human rights organization to conduct a fact-finding mission. So that is already there. And what you're looking now is the question that I ask all the time: when will the bloodshed stop? And the bloodshed will be stopped if there is a peacekeeping force for that region, where you even have a no-fly zone established between La République du Cameroun and Southern Cameroon. Yeah, so we can put the two, yeah, but it's already there. Thank you. Okay, I see there are many comments coming up. The people have, please, just if you have a comment, put it in the chat. It will really help us, because what we are going to do is just copy all of your comments and then go through the document one more time and then finalize it. And everybody is going to get a copy of this document. You can have it if you live in Europe, translated into Italian, into French, into German, into Swedish, into Norwegian, wherever you live. So you can use it as a base document for all your asks. Remember, all the ask is there. And if you want to go to a parliamentarian to ask for something, you just take everything else out and put only what you want that parliamentarian to do for you as your ask. So your ask means what it is that you want, basically. Any other point, then I would say that we are done. For the TPS, I was saying people should stay on for this because this document can also be used for the TPS that we are asking. Anybody else? It looks somebody has a point, question.
Sorry, no, it's me, Vivian, again.
Vivian has come back. Yeah, we were looking for you, Vivian. Okay.
Yes, sorry. I didn't finish, but I know Big C, I listened to Big C finish my point. But
Okay,
that point is very, very important, Mama Maggie and everybody on this forum. We have to be able to defend the good people who are defending our people.
Right.
We need to get those answers and not get bombarded, because when you go to any to meet any stakeholder, some of the things they know about us are very dangerous. They're very, very dangerous. They are telling you, but you people are killing yourselves. From what I am being told, your people are the ones hurting yourselves. How do you answer those questions? We have to be able to figure out a proper way to approach those questions. And we have to always let them understand that our people were not ready for war. This war was brought upon us. And so we were not ready for it. Our boys are not trained to fight. They are not trained military men. They are defending themselves. They have been pushed to the edge. There are some of those stories which came at the beginning of this struggle, which we all know. We received some of those stories, which some of our boys were at the university. They had to quit and buy Okadas, and the military burnt these Okadas down, right? Where do you expect this boy to go? Where do you expect this guy to go? They become radicalized. Those are the Amber Boys. There are names behind Amber Boys. These are not thugs. These are not thieves. These are real people. These are real responsible young men who have been pushed to the edge. So we need to be able to defend our good people. I know somewhere along the line, these crimes in Lebi Alam and Bui and all these other things that are being done are tarnishing the good reputation and the rightness of our struggle. But we need to find a way. We need not to struggle when we go to meet stakeholders and they ask us these questions or they raise these concerns. We need to have an answer to it. Please, it's very important, because I've had to answer some of these questions. And as a mother, we need to always raise the mothers in this forum. We need to always raise the need for an end to the bloodshed and the release of our people. Like Sylvie Bello was saying, let's use the humanitarian aspect of this conflict to end the bloodshed. Let's always put that in front, because we know that the military aspect will not take us anywhere. It won't. La République has meant business. And the only way we can stop this is by using humanitarian, is by raising and preparing that grassroots movement. And please, that's what will work.
I really appreciate it. I know you need to just take a little bit of time and address some of the points that you raised, just bullet points in the chat. It will help us a lot. I want to go back to Eleanor and ask her if she has anything to add. And then we close it, because I'm sure. Ato, what is your okay. All All right. While you're looking, remember that Eleanor has to speak, and then we will end this session. But I would urge our secretariat to collect all the comments on the chat, to put them on one document so we can use it to actually finalize the document before it goes out. I would like to take time tomorrow to actually work on the document and promise everybody by Monday we will have a final document, okay? So any changes that you've done between you and me, and let's spare Eleanor any more revisions. So between you and me, we'll have the final version that will go out on Monday. And the secretariat can provide us all the comments in the chat. That's why I'm asking for everybody to put their comments in the chat room, because honestly, I will read it and I'll forget. And so Ato, you and I are responsible for the document going. Eleanor, make your comment, but there's somebody, ambassador, with their hand up. Okay. But Eleanor, could you please make your point before we go to ambassador?
No, my point has been made. Like we use the comments to finish the document before it goes out finally to the people.
Okay,
that one has been made. Thank you. Yeah.
All right. I want to thank Vivian also for that important input, and just make sure that she doesn't forget to give us bullet points of the points that she made. And Ambassador Paul Ndi can be the next person to speak. So let me lower your hand, Ambassador Paul.
Yes, my regards to everybody in the house. My point is just, which I raised, was the fact that within the crisis, as you mentioned, the religion, some of our reverend gentlemen have been killed within this crisis by our people. So I was just thinking that it was a vital point to also include in the document. We know a host of them. So
right.
That was just my point I wanted to raise up. Thank you.
Okay, so please, could you then give us that point in the chat so we don't forget?
It's there.
All right, it's there. You've done it. Thank you very much. Okay, Ato, anything else? Absolutely, yeah. Okay, thanks. Costa has been a great resource. He's added Reverend Charles Wesco for effect. Town hall participants, everybody, thank you all so much. We will hand over back to you. Ambassador Paul, you still have your hand up?
No.
All right. So I want to thank everybody who has contributed to this, and my co-conspirators, Vivian and Eleanor. Thank the girls of SKU, because it is actually because of them that we got to work on this document. And the document will be finalized by Monday. Everybody will have access to the document through the town hall. So thank you all so much for your patience and for your very lively contribution. Thank you. I yield back to you.
I guess we have something like a draft. Yes. Yes. Please let me read what we have. Okay. Let me read what we have. No, it's not. No. Okay. Let me just say the International Town Hall meeting in its 31st session. Mindful of a previous resolution denouncing violence against women and other civilians in the Southern Cameroon's liberation struggle, mindful of the perpetual threat some groups continue to pose to the security of the people of Southern Cameroon and their liberation struggle, considering that some individuals continue to promote, abet, and support kidnapping, mass murder, and collection of ransom by these groups. Viewing that on the 13th of February 2021, Lekaka Oliver of the Red Dragons, Lekaka Oliver, also known as Field Marshal of the Red Dragons, assailed, killed, and murdered non-combatants in Lebialem, among whom were chiefs, women, and unarmed youths of that community. Noting that the accounts of the events mentioned above have been corroborated and confirmed, resolved as follows. 1. Resolution 1. Condemned the atrocities perpetrated, called on the international community to inscribe these events and previous ones in Bui Division on the list of atrocities of war to be investigated and punished accordingly. Urged all Southern Cameroonians to stop all support for these individuals whose barbarity is only paralleled by the army of La République du Cameroon, extended our heartfelt condolences to the families of the afflicted people of, the families afflicted by these heinous crimes carried out by Mr. Oliver. I think there is an element, there is a correction that was made that we should add the issue under the considerations to the resolutions that we should talk about the elaborate lies concocted by elements of Dr. Sako's faction of the IG to notably Christopher Anumbondem to absolve his brother, who is the perpetrator of the act. I think with that, I believe that we have all the elements which, if refined, could produce the document that we are looking for. If there's anything to add, yes, I think that if there's anything that anybody thinks we should add or subtract the cost with the Libyan people. Sorry? Okay. Okay. Well, the intention is that we should not try to rake political capital out of it because they themselves are doing it. Because if you see now, there are some people trying to claim. I think that your comment is taken.
And can I contribute to?
Syndicate. Yes.
You know,
I think it is noted. I think it's a point.
I would have actually have suggested that the last point that ties it to the brother should be left out because, you know, Field Marshal himself is an adult and should take responsibility for his actions and not his brother. And during the debate, we pointed out that let's leave it to the facts that have been there and allow the international community to be the ones to draw that connection. Let's focus on the humanitarian condemnation of this act, and our investigations point to Field Marshal. If we don't have direct communication that says Chris Anu said this, we should leave it. Even if they covered it, they can always claim they didn't know the facts, they were misled. So I would still say that cannot be proven. We should leave it to Oliver doing it and condemn it, and ask the international community to join us and conduct a complete investigation to give us all the information. I think that would keep the document more authentic and credible.
May I say something too? I don't know if we should not use the word chief suspect. Because if we just say it's Oliver, means we've already judged this and we know it. Even if when somebody is caught red-handed, they usually say he's suspected.
Until he has been proven guilty.
Suspect. Yeah. So,
all right, thank you.
Yeah. Dr. Fontaine, inbox me later. Yeah. I just spoke. It was just about the form again. And we should use the word suspect, chief suspect.
I think it is noted.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So we have 4 comments which we have noted that we should take out. We should substitute civilians, non-combatants with civilians, focus on the atrocities of the Red Dragons, and leave La République out, and then use the term suspect, and then also take out de-emphasize Chris Anu. But this
I can't put up my hand. I can't put up my hand.
This particular. Go
I
ahead.
just wanted to ask something, Dr. Fontaine. Even if we don't need to say that they are responsible, but at least we can mention that Oliver is fighting the related group that he's attached to in the diaspora without making any saying that we are saying that they did it, but it's just an information which is a fact, without saying that they gave him that instruction to do it.
Yes. Sir. Go ahead. No, I just I was responding to your call. The other people. Yes. Yes.
I'm unmuted.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, the first thing is to appreciate everyone that has already signed in and is already attending to the one pot. It's very heartbroken that very few of us are part of this initiative. We know that most of us are members of other groups doing similar work, but we also know that our individual efforts have been very, very insufficient. We could realize this when we had the meeting with the refugee leaders in Akwa Ibom. It was very deplorable to know how very little help they receive. We have about or approximately 3,000 to 4,000 refugees living in this environment, and we don't have up to 3 NGOs working in this area, just doing spontaneous help time and again. Yes, the UN is in this environment, but what they do is still very, very insufficient. And the meeting exposed us to so many very terrible cases that we cannot even recount. And we believe that we have not been asking for much. We have been saying that we all take this as something. We are all active in other things and doing other things and in other groups. But we are asking for $50 a month. $50, if you can, anything you can give. Unfortunately, whenever we bring up this topic, people start leaving the town hall. So I don't know whether this case that we are discussing about the refugees and their difficulties, or the prisoners of war, or wounded soldiers, if it concerns just some people, and people can choose to belong or not to belong. So this is something we cannot be talking about our crisis and crying and being very vocal, but when it comes to just being a part of doing it like a small tax for the vulnerable ones who are facing this problem directly, it's like we are begging. I just believe that we still need to find that right feeling about what we are doing, and this collective, let it be a collective effort, let it not be an individual effort. Now, if we go to Cross River, where we have almost 100,000 of our people there, how many NGOs are active in Cross River for them to be able to handle this problem? So we can only handle this problem like a collective. And we are really pleading on our people that it's time for us to put our efforts together. We have provided the right tools. We thank our brother Kufu, who helped put up this very nice platform using the dark community platform to continue with the transparency that we introduced in the revolution. So everything is transparent, everything is accounted for, and I don't know what else we have to do so that we take responsibility for our vulnerable people, not once in a while coming to give $200 and go away, but consistently $50 a month or $20 a month or $30 a month. We are pleading. The pains are very, very much. We lost a young baby just 2 days ago that was delivered in a traditional home, maternity of a Nigerian woman backside. And this child just died out of, I think it was an infection, and the mother almost died. So we can go on and on and on and on. But I don't think we have to be crying. We have to functioning now. So that's one thing. And then, so for our activities so far, we are having a lot of demands from all the different sectors, from wounded soldiers to refugees, emergency cases, focusing on trying to see how we can empower the refugees. So at the moment, we have some cases that we have closed, like one prisoner in that we helped the prisoner to have an operation. We have some IDPs in Boya who their homes were burned. That was an accident. They were IDPs that came from Munyenge area. And this affected about 3 of our women with at least 7 children from the age of 1 to 17. So we had to see how to try and rehabilitate them or help them, give them some emergency help. So we also have cases where some particular groups of refugees have acquired a farmland and they want to see how to work and then so that they can feed themselves, and they're asking for help for us to support them. So there are several of those help coming, and we have been active in any form. I think for all of the cases we have received, we have not been able to do just one because we are still working on it to find out how best to approach it. We have been attending to most of the cases. And what we have now as that we can count on permanently, it's not up to 3,000 for monthly donation. So let's look at it and see if that is really realistic, looking at the problems we have. So I think it's our problem. And if anybody has some suggestion or to tell us why they don't think it's a solution, we are open for it. So thank you. And I hand over to Dr. Fontem.
Yeah, when I just hear. Yes, please. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I think that maybe I should stand because what I want to say is really, is really taking a good, it's really affecting my stomach. And I think that if I don't stand, the thing might take me down. Please, I am appealing to my fellow Southern Cameroonians. We launched a humanitarian initiative in this town hall to support humanitarian and relief operations. We realized that although so much was being said, so many of our people are still in need and in pain and suffering. Although our brothers in the prisons receive food from time to time, having food till the end of the month is usually a problem. Health issues have set in. So many of them have all kinds of health problems. In the last few weeks, we have been able to receive and made arrangements for hospital trips for some. And in our last meeting, we approved the purchase of eyeglasses for some. And there are many more with eye problems, the result of their underground detention in some of the La République dungeons in Yaoundé. So I think that it behooves us as a people to show compassion for those who have borne the brunt of this liberation struggle. Some people have died and they have been buried under very terrible conditions, Some people have died and rot in the wild. Some have been eaten by birds and animals. But those we can see should be given the compassion that we can afford. This is an appeal because we in the civil society movement have made it a point of duty to pay our regular $50 monthly. We pay our regular $50 monthly. And just to make sure that we can take care of these people, we don't only pay, but we follow up. So we are making an appeal to all those who are still sitting on the fence, all those who are only talking, to come on board. Please, we need people to be able to get us 15 extra bags of rice to send to Kondengi. We are still doing an assessment for what we can add to what the people in New Bell, Bafoussam, and other prisons need. Right now, we have applications for people who need to go and do head scans. We don't even have enough money for that. Some people who promised us that they were going to give money, after talking in the town hall and drawing all the applause, when we came after to collect the money, we started hearing lots of theories and everybody was now speaking a different language. Please, Southern Cameroonians, this is our liberation struggle. We cannot afford to watch our own people rot in prison. The refugees, particularly in Akwa Ibom, have not had any help so far. The chiefs of the communities have given some of the people land. But thanks to some individuals in those areas, we would have lost some old people who fell sick in their rooms, in their cabins, the cabins that were given to them by the community, without light, without anything. They were even sleeping on the floor, and they had to take them to hospital. The people were dying of hunger and starvation. So please, if there are people who are ready to do the work and come and render transparent accountability to this house, I think that it is better for us to support this network, this civil society network that is doing their work in all humility and transparency than for us to continue to carry the anger and the pain of something that we can no longer retrieve and over which we do not even have any more control. So if there are any people in this meeting right now who have not yet joined the one part of the civil society network, please, the address is on the screen, www.sccsnetwork.org. Please go there and just register and be giving something regular. Every time we will be coming to the town hall and giving you a report. We are preparing a monthly bulletin that will eventually enable everybody donating to know what donating is doing. I think that so far we have tried our best and we are still trying our best, and we need the encouragement of our community. Thank you very much.
Yes, Mr. Moderator. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I may have missed this. I wasn't on. I just came on. I wanted to find out if after Mr. Hernandez spoke about the TPS, maybe they said it, but I would like to suggest that somebody take leadership in this TPS TPS issue. We need some leadership so that our can always be informed, and somebody who can come and talk to us like Yamagi did for the project she just did. I think we need a TPS czar who would really help us navigate the intricacies and make sure that that person is always on top of developments and coming to educate our people and get us on board. Thank you.
Yeah, actually, if you can see what is here before you,
Yeah, sorry, I might have missed quite a lot. Just came back, and I think the one of the I want to just really make a point that you don't build your well when you are thirsty. You build a well, and then when you're thirsty, you just go to the well and fetch water. And if you're building a world, you also build a world that you know somebody else, even if you are not thirsty, your neighbor can also drink from it. What am I saying? I think for many of us in Southern Cameroons, we've been so close to ourselves, contributing the things that we want to contribute. We're generous people, but our generosity has virtually always limited itself to within our own family circles or maybe cultural groups and friends and actually out there, but we've not really been able to utilize even the very little sums of money in order to, play the game here in the United States. The name of the game is, wherever you are, if you have these kinds of donations, whether it's actually even American Civil Liberty, all these people that are doing this incredible amount of work, whether you're hearing people that are supporting folks at the border, just send something, whether it's $10, whether it's $20, everything counts. And ultimately, before you know it, they will start sending you emails because they get your information. And if you then go subsequently, when you then go to that same group and ask and pose a problem like this, your name is already on the inside that system. And once you do that, the kind of reaction that you get is quite different from somebody who is actually coming from outside. And so every month, I would say every Southern Cameroonian, every Ambazonian who is working here, please just set aside some money to donate to some of these courses. It is the right thing to do, first of all, morally. Secondly, it would help somebody someday, and directly to this TPS stuff. Just if we can actually go and not only donate, but also find other people around and say, hey, donate to this course. When you then get inside there, it would be our turn, our people will benefit. Please just go, as of today, go to that website, do whatever thing, whether it's $5, $10, something, it counts. And send out your true information, like your email, because that's actually the information many of them would actually ask for. It's ways to get you, it's your email. It's very, very, there are some different organizations when you get to a certain level and somebody may ask for your phone number. It's also a mark of how much you influence you may be able to get in there by sending out your own, making your own requests and also bringing your own things to the table. So please think about it that way and do the right thing. Thanks.
Dixie, unmute yourself. Okay. Yes, Mr. Arthur, listening to you talking, you as heard you mentioning Oasis and the work that they have been doing. And your mic, people cannot hear you. If you sound robotic.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, yes. Much better.
Sorry about that. I think, is Vivian still in here? Can you hear me? Yes, okay. So what I was going to say was mostly about Oasis Network. I mean, you guys are talking about contribution and whatever else it takes, to be able to accomplish some of the work that is being done for advocacy. And Oasis Network would greatly appreciate, to be think of, when it comes to contribution, because so far, Mr. Tembo has been doing it, kind of on his own. And so anything that will help in order to keep promoting the advocacy work that he's doing, you can either contact myself, or you can contact Vivian, or you can contact Effie directly, in order if you would like to contribute something towards the efforts that he's putting out there. And also, in the very near future, there will be a kind of a Zoom fundraiser organized where he can present some of the past work that he's done that is not publicly known, but that has helped the cause of Southern Cameroon quite a lot.
and what is being also planned for the future. So if anybody would be interested to attend that fundraiser, also contact either myself, Vivian, or Effie. It would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Big C, instead, can you just send the invite to the Southern Cameroon Town Hall rather than ask if somebody would be interested to attend, because people can just forget. Just send the invite.
Yeah, it will be done. It will be done in the week, during early this week. Okay, the invite will be sent to the town hall. Vivian, make sure that the town hall gets it, and you know. But I was just, this was just a platform to be able to talk about it, where the people are still here. Okay, but the invite will be sent out. Okay, thank you. What do you have to say? No, come. It was just a side joke. It's okay. Well put, Mr. Otto.
Alem. The motion. I move the motion. Yes, I move the motion.
Second.
Peter, are you moving the motion standing or sitting? I can't see you.
I've sat down.
Prof. Yeah, no, definitely. We had talked about that. Just, I mean, we'll do that and then get. I'll ask him how much time he may need